who's hot, who not? Tell me who got, who sell out your stores? You tell me who got, who cop the blue drop, who jewel drop, who wants to go shoot and the same old pimp. Mace, knowing that I'm chained with my leg. Can't stop till I see my name on the blimp. Irritate me yourself, level up. You know I'm in my world, nigga, double up. We don't play around, it's a bet, lay it down. Niggas didn't know me, 91, bet they know me now. I'm the young mama, nigga with the golden shit. Ain't no TV, niggas hold me down. Cooler, screw me to the game, now I know my duty. Stay home, stay low, blow like booty. True pimp, niggas finna go in the booty.
I never know what they want from me. It's like the more money we the more problems we see. It's like the more money we come across, the more problems we see.
Gonna see me fly. I call all the shots, rip all the shots, I top all the drops. We'll still be on top. Yo, I thought I told you that we don't stop. Now what you gonna do with a crew? And a crew much stronger than y'all. Valid me, this will be your day. We don't play, mess around with EOA. Cause you ain't got enough time for it. Ain't enough lime here for you to shine with. And I'm bigger than the city like that. The Times Square. Yeah.
It's like the
B.I.G. BPA, no info for the DEA. Mad cause I play quick. And my phone in the basement. Stay clean. Triple B, no dream. I'll be that. Catch you see that all the best bet. Being nice to me, lose too much. I lose too much. Step on stage, your girl do too much. I just stand on the lane, do too much. Never that. If I did, ain't no problem with it together. Where the true players at? Throw your bullets in the sky, look side to side. Keep your hands high, I need the girl an eye. Put it please, lyrically, you can see. B.I.G.B. Flossing, chick on the cover of Fortune, 5 double O. I got the dough, got the flow, then I piss at, black the plus, I like this at, dirty rust, on Trizak, teaching like Trizak.
it's like the more problems we see. It's like the more money we come across, the more problems we see. What's going on?
Baby, we coming out, baby. We is coming right on out, baby. Busting the closet door down, baby. I don't know if you all know, but you know, the month of June is Gay Pride Month, baby. So we want to invite, encourage, and welcome the entirety of the download community to come on out the closet, baby. Go ahead and own your stuff, sugar mama, sugar daddy. It's okay to be trans attracted. It's okay if you base who you with on energy and chemistry. Shout out to the pansexuals, honey. If you like the color blue and red, baby, it's okay to be your old nasty piece of bisexual girl. It's okay to be both-handed, baby. Come on up out of that truth, baby, and make these folks deal with your ass, okay? Because the only way to ultimately change the world is honestly by being honest with the world, baby. People can't change. Oh shit, hold on, girl. Hold on. Let me silence my old nasty piece of phone, girl. Notifications going off, sugar. Hold on, honey. Let me run that back real quick. I gotta run to the door real quick, honey. Hold on. Let's do an old nasty piece of encore real quick.
Who's hot, who not? Tell me who got, who sell out in the stores. You tell me who flop, who cop the blue drop, who jewel drop, who wants to go see them. The same old pimp, face, you know, and then chain for my lip. Can't stop till I see my name on the flip. Guarantee me yourself, never love. You never get a right, you can double up. You can't down, it's a bit laid down. You can't look at anyone, get me on the down. I'm a young baller, make it with the golden shell. Can't hold me, baby, just hold me down.
Hey, show me to the game. Now I know my duty. Stay humble, stay low, blow like hootie. I used to have the biggest fucking crush on Mace non-rapping fluffy ass, baby. I used to just have the old nasty piece of homosexual crush on that old fluffy man, baby. What, wearing all them old oversized clothes, girl, looking like an old New York heathen girl. Oh yes, girl. My homosexuality was vibrating, bitch. Okay? So that's how I knew I was gay. As all hell. Now, you guys know what we're here to talk about, girl. We're here to get into some Claudia Jordan, girl. Now, let me let y'all know right here off the rip, bitch. I don't know much about Claudia Jordan. I did see her season of Real Housewives of Atlanta. I did love what she gave on Housewives, baby. I love that she dragged them oodles and noodles right up off the top of Nene's goddamn right side of the head, baby. I sure did get my life off of it, baby. Okay, now I know Claudia Jordan has been the center of a lot of controversy, okay? She's allegedly, said some sketchy shit, some problematic shit, okay? But we ain't here to get into that, okay? I don't know much about that. I have to research all that shit, so I don't know much about the lady in that regard because I don't really follow her like that. But I do like Fox Soul, and I do like the TGIF that her, Al, and Funky Dineva does, okay? So every now and again, I tune in over there and see what's going on. And you know what? I hadn't even been over there and watched TGIF in months, and it'll be about a good damn that the moment I turn around and give them folk a click in the view, I click in and see a whole damn problem, okay? So we're going to talk about something very interesting that transpired on this episode, okay, of an old nasty piece of TGIF. But before we get into the thick and the deep and the minutia of it, as my boy YB Entertainment TV would say, I need you guys to do what you guys already know to do. It should be second nature by now, which is the thumbs up till it's motherfucking stuck, baby. Okay, this helps YouTube to recommend the platform, to get notifications out, girl, to suggest the channel and to put my stuff on in that sidebar of recommendations, honey. So folks can look over there and say, let me see what the fuck this is, and then come over here and like it and join our digital family, girl, and participate in all this bald-headed whole energy we be keeping loud, live, and color over here. Oh yes, that's what we gotta do, okay? I also need y'all, okay, to go ahead and subscribe, because if I like it, you want to love it here, and to make sure that you have your notification bell set to all, because you never know what day or hour the king shall be, motherfucking king. Oh, with no further ado, girl, let's go ahead and move into the thick of it, baby. Where is my old nasty piece of intro? Here he is.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
I know what they want from me. It's like that. Okay, hold on, you guys. Let me greet you all coming in. If you're coming in, please give me a nasty piece of thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. If you're coming in, baby, if you're part of the replay gang, honey, your thumbs up count just as much as the live viewers, baby. So thumbs up, thumbs the motherfucking up. Okay. Let me greet everybody coming into the sanctuary, honey. What's going on? Okay, let me speak to the congregants, girl. What's going on, brother Aaron? What's going on, brother Aaron and Wiles Outs TV? Hey, nice to have you back here. Hope you hit the link, love. I would love for you to come over here and give us your perspective. I will be dropping the link so you guys can come up and speak to this as well, okay? Hello to Sister Sonia, okay, to Sister Savvy, to Sister Morrison. What's going on, Sister Monette? What's going on to Sister Manning? What's going on to Brother Stallings? What's going on, NJCB? What's going on? What's going on, Humble Pie? What's going on, Junior Lee? Hello, Sister Paris. I love them too. Oh, she see. Are y'all for real? No. Well, okay, see, that may explain why I honed in on her ass on this particular episode. We're going to get into it, though. What's going on, Sister and Brother Oz? Okay, the Oz God and his family, sending light and love to this amazing family and my day ones in the motherfucking building. Oh, running all type of shit, honey. Running the teams. What's going on, Sister Birch? What's going on, Ice Latte? What's going on, Jordana and the missus? Okay, period. What's going on, Sister Brown Sugar? What's going on, Sister Mimi? Hey, Queen Everlasting. What's going on, Sister Lucas? What's going on? What's going on, Sister Fox? Hey, Cocoa Butter Barbie, period. What's going on, Sister Brown? Hi, welcome to the platform. Welcome to the platform. Welcome to the platform, baby. What's going on, Courtney's page? Hey, what's going on, Joshua 1994? I saw you over there on my boy, So Debonair platform when he was talking about the Curry-on situation. My husband being free, honey. And So Debonair didn't know what the hell was going on. What's going on, Team Mookie? Make sure y'all go over and support Mookie and the Team Mookie over on YouTube, baby. Or nasty piece of comedian, baby. Always doing reaction videos, keeping the energy light and lovely and funny. Okay, so go over there and get your laugh off of Brother Mookie. Okay, Mookie and the team. What's going on, Mary? One of my beautiful moms. What's going on? Hey, Ebony, Sister Adams is in the motherfucking house. Period, honey. What's going on, Sister M? What's going on, Brother Porter? What's going on, Brother Upkins? Hey, Sister Marie. What's going on, Durga? What's going on, Sister Shaw? What's going on? One of my beautiful mods, Ty, Sister Morgan, girl. Sister Just Be Real, child. Mrs. Parks, baby. Mrs. Eris Gal 30, baby. Y'all be in the motherfucking building. I can't even speak to all y'all. Jellyfish Vibes, what's going on? Mr. and Mrs. Paris. What's going on? Nubiology 1-on-1. Hey, love. Woo, child. Night Rider. Rose, girl. Hey, every goddamn body now, okay? Enough. I'm getting cash apps already, girl. So let me also go ahead and just shout out Jordana. Thank you so much, love. Thank you, Nicole, also for y'all donation. Y'all cash apps, God bless y'all for throwing it to the ministry, baby. Throwing money on the king, baby. Putting something in the tithe and offering, baby. Basket. Thank you, love. Bless you all's heart. So you guys know that it is Pride Month, girl, okay? That means that June is considered the gayest motherfucking month in the year, okay? Now, I think since it is Pride Month, of course, it is appropriate to do just a little bit of history, and then we're going to get into the mess of it all, okay? So the first thing I want to do, is run an old nasty piece of article, girl. So for those of you who don't know why the fuck we are celebrating Pride Month and why there is a Pride Month, we can get a little bit of information, honey, for those who don't know. So happy Pride Month to all my queer brothers and sisters, trans, and same gender loving and everything in between. And also shout out to all of the allies to the community, baby, because this month is to celebrate you guys' activism and allyship work, because no minority people could do it without members of the dominant class. So thank you all who have a heart and who have been a true team spirit and have been filled with love and utilize your resources and your power and whatever privilege you possess to pull out a seat for queer folk to at the motherfucking table. We truly appreciate it. Now, for those of you who don't know much about Pride Month, girl, let's get into this article from people.com, and it is titled Everything You Need to Know About Pride Month, okay? June is Pride Month, and though it continues to look different this year as the country emerges from the COVID-19 pandemic, that does not mean that we shouldn't be celebrating the work of the LGBTQ activists who have staged the world. What is Pride Month? Pride Month is an entire month dedicated to the uplifting of LGBTQ voices, celebration of LGBTQ culture, and the support of LGBTQ rights. Throughout the month of June nationwide, there have traditionally been parades, protests, drag performances, live theater, and memorials and celebrations of life for members of the community who lost their lives to HIV and AIDS. It is part political activism, part celebration of all the LGBT community has achieved over the years. What is the pride symbol? You guys know, an old nasty piece of vibrant rainbow, child. Y'all know that we are a vibrant people as two-spirited folk in the earth. You probably knew that the rainbow flag created by the artist Gilbert Baker in 1978 is used as a symbol of LGBTQ pride. But did you know that each color on the flag has its own meaning? In the widely known 6-color flag, red is symbolic of life. Orange is symbolic of healing. Yellow is symbolic of sunshine. Green is symbolic of nature. Blue represents harmony, and purple is spirit. In the original 8-color flag, hot pink was included to represent sex, and turquoise to represent magic and arts. Something that is very synonymous with two-spirited people, okay? If you guys have ever done your history on two-spirited folk in the earth, in the world. There have been many variations of the flag. In 2021, the flag was altered in solidarity with the Black Lives Matter protests, including black to represent diversity, brown to represent inclusivity, and light blue and pink, the colors of the trans pride flag. Why do we celebrate in June? Okay, here it is. You guys can see your old nasty protests and division, baby. Mayonnaise queer people fighting for their life. Y'all know that mayonnaise folk spearhead all goddamn movements, okay, created by goddamn black and brown minority folk. Just like a feminism girl was created by black and brown women, and then it was co-opted by mayonnaise women. The same thing happened with the LGBT movement as well, girl. Something that was started and created foundationally by black and brown queer folk was then co-opted by the dominant class, which is mayonnaise community. But, you know, I guess you always need the dominant to leverage the bottom, okay? But we coming back for the throne, bitch. We celebrate in June to coincide with the catalyst of the gay liberation movement that was the Stonewall Uprising. In the early morning hours of June 28, 1969, police raided a popular gay bar in NYC's West Village, the Stonewall Inn. This was commonplace for the time, but on this particular evening, the patrons of the bar fought back, starting the Stonewall riots, which went on for days. The Stonewall Inn was declared a historic landmark by the city of New York in 2015 and later named a national monument by President Barack Obama in 2016. This June is the 52nd anniversary of the first Pride Parade, which happened in 1970, 1 year after the uprising. Who were the major figures involved? Here it is. You want to see the foundation? It's black and brown, baby. Marsha P. Johnson is often credited with throwing the first motherfucking punch as all black and brown people gonna be, baby. Okay, we ain't gonna start it, baby. But we damn sure gonna finish it, sugar. Okay, Marsha P. Johnson was getting her motherfucking gangster on by swinging first on the goddamn po-po at Stonewall, okay? She was a black trans woman celebrating her 25th birthday at the time of the riots and a tour de force in the gay community, okay? Prominent figure in the underground gay community. She died in 1992 at just 46 years old after police found her body in the Hudson River. Her death was initially ruled a suicide despite friends and loved ones insisting that could not be the case, okay? Another prominent figure was Sylvia Rivery was an activist and self-professed drag queen who also played a part in the Stonewall riots. She fought for transgender rights alongside Marsha P. Johnson, creating STAR, which is the acronym for Street Transvestite Action Revolutionaries. Ooh, that's a badass motherfucking name, bitch. Street Transvestite Action Revolutionaries. Oh, I feel the power off of that, baby. Rainbow turned into a motherfucking missile, bitch. I feel the strength of that shit, baby. Street Transvestite Action Revolution. Oh, baby, that ain't just baby. That name just shakes me alone. I might need to change my channel name to something more threatening and menacing, baby. Consciouztv is kind of like in the middle, but I think I need a more emboldened name, like Street Transvestite Action Revolutionaries, baby. Don't let this make you want to be a part of some shit. Don't let this make you want to just have militias all over the goddamn city, bitch, and wish a motherfucker would. Don't let this make you want to lay down your motherfucking life or take somebody else's baby. That's the kind of shit I need my motherfucking name to inspire. Nonetheless, to help house homeless LGBTQ youth, she advocated for transgender rights until her death in 2022. Storm de Larverie was a gay rights activist and drag performer who was also at Stonewall when it was raided that night. Her friend Lisa Canastrashi told the New York Times upon her death in 2014, quote, "Nobody knows who threw the first punch, but it's rumored that she did. And she said she did. She told me she did." Baby, I just think all them bitches got to swing it all at once, baby. Y'all know how black folk are, baby. We see one black folk start running, bitch, all us start running, girl, okay? So whoever threw the first punch sent out a goddamn back signal, baby, and everybody started giving knees and elbows to the goddamn police force, girl. That's how we do it, girl. I swing, bitch, you follow up several times behind me. That's how we get down. Here are some easy ways to celebrate. March last year saw many Pride celebrations canceled amid COVID-19's demonic pandemic but this year many Pride marches are going forward in person. Just make sure to check your state and local guidelines. This year's Pride theme is "The Fight Continues." Remember, Pride started as a protest, okay? Civil upheaval, okay? Civil rights, baby, okay? Get involved, whether it's working for a phone or text bank or attending town halls virtually. Make your voice known, okay? And last but not least, donate. A few organizations you can contribute to are the Human Rights Campaign, the Trevor Project, the Pride Fund to End Gun Violence, the National Center for Trans Equality, GLSEN, the National Queer and Trans Therapists of Color Network, and so many more. So that's just a little history, you guys, on why we have a gay-ass month and why we celebrate like a motherfucker around here, okay? Because we literally had to, baby, the straight, see, this is why them hotel ass niggas don't need to be talking about, I can't take leadership. I'm not taking leadership from no trans woman, from no trans man, from no gay nigga, baby. We the gangsters. What you mean, girl? We the ones who gonna get the motherfucking knucking and bucking and don't give a damn if a motherfucker pull up with goddamn machine guns and a baton, girl. Okay? We the ones who gonna start kicking motherfucking ass and ask questions later, baby. You better be down to motherfucking include goddamn black queer people, okay? In the overall black community's fight for liberation and freedom, bitch. We gonna get the motherfucking party started, baby. We ain't new to this shit. We true to this shit, bitch. Fuck you talking about, baby? We'll throw Tommy bombs, grenades, girl, bow and arrows. We'll bring goddamn missile launchers, blow torches, fire extinguishers to the motherfucking fight, bitch. We get a crack-a-lackin', baby. Take off our motherfucking red bottoms, honey. Use the back of the motherfucking heel, the hard part of the belt buckle, bitch. Fuck you talking? What you talking about, girl? We been doing this shit, girl. Y'all better get into y'all history, honey, and see how not only have black and brown two-spirited queer folk been completely foundational to all of the rights that the queer mayonnaise community stands upon, that in fact don't even impact the black and brown class that were initially fighting for those resources, baby. But y'all better check y'all black ass history and see how fundamental black and brown queer people have been also to general civil rights for the overall dominant class. You better ask Dr. King who spearheaded his movement, baby. A whole two-spirited black melanated man, baby. We've been all up and through the nooks and crevices of civil rights, period. Not just for ourselves, but period, baby. We ain't never, ever, ever, ever just saw ourselves as exclusively queer, baby. We have been equally fighting and participated in liberation regarding our blackness as well. Those things have always been synonymous. And queer black folk have always understood their existence to be multifaceted and dualistic, baby. Okay, multi-intersectional. Now, I had scooted on over because the Black Holy Ghost just made me go see what the hell was going on over on TGIF, honey. Fox Soul, baby. And, you know, once again, I like the show. And from what I've seen, I like Claudia Jordan. Once again, I don't follow her enough to have a problem with her. So I probably haven't looked enough, okay, to see, you know, because I know people have called her a colorist. I know people have called her, somebody called her transphobic in the stream, and somebody else said that she's just all out goddamn trash, okay? I haven't watched her enough to see, you know, how problematic she is. But I do know that this segment on Fox Soul was very interesting, and before I play it, let me go ahead and run an old nasty piece of YouTube disclaimer. I will be dropping the link to let you guys sound off on what I'm about to say. And if you're in the building, please go ahead and thumbs up this video. This helps with YouTube's algorithm and teams. Let me go ahead and find my fair use doctrine, girl, because we're about to do an old nasty piece of reaction video, okay? Disclaimer, Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing, okay? So there was a particular segment on TGIF's episode, girl, where they got into this actress here. And let's just listen. Let's just listen for ourselves. And now y'all know we be having some echoing issues, girl. So please give me a 1 in the chat if the audio sounds clear to you all, okay?
The same age. And I feel like she and I probably kind of battled with some of the same things.
Okay. Did you guys hear that clear? Give me a 1 if the audio is good, and give me a 2 if it's not. Okay, everybody sounds good. See, I don't know why the audio yesterday was tripping. That's weird. Okay, everybody's saying 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. When is National Straight Month? Tony, I just want you to hit the link, baby. Okay? You really be trying to, you know, trigger up an ass whipping. So I just want you to just go ahead and hit the link so I can give you them feets and elbows, honey, because you've been asking for them feets and elbows. So I'm gonna go ahead and give it to you. You just make sure that you hit the link, okay, sir? And I'm gonna show you when National Straight Month is gonna be, okay? Okay, yes. All right. Everybody is saying 1. Okay, let's listen, y'all. Okay.
The solitude of that is so lonely. It's violent. It's members of the LGBT.
Trying the strawberry flavor.
Oh, okay. Strawberry gin?
Yeah, who knew?
I hate gin, so strawberry makes it sound a little bit better. Okay. I'm drinking Tito.
Okay, girl, we don't care what you drinking, sugar. Let's get to the goddamn news that we can use, baby. Okay. Now, if you guys are not subscribed to TGIF on Fox Soul, please make sure that you are subscribed. Okay.
Right.
And once again, because this is a reaction, girl, okay, I'm gonna have to pause in between, girl, so that YouTube can actually translate it, girl, as a reaction video. Okay. So I won't give it to just play it straight through without no breaks in between. So I'm gonna have to find clever ways to stop and just say something, girl, so we continue to proceed with the episode. Okay.
Sound a little bit better. Okay. I'm drinking Tito's and Red Bull. So, ain't no telling.
Right.
All right, y'all. Let's get into these hot topics. It's Pride Month, and we're celebrating our soulmates who are members of the LGBTQ plus community and allies who support them. So, speaking of Pride Month, Oscar nominee Anjuan. Ingenue Ellis kicked off the first day of Pride with a discussion about sexuality and embracing your true self. Now,
this is an old pretty black woman, honey. Now, I don't know what the hell she done played in, but she looks prestigious, girl. She look like the brat, too. Ain't she look like the brat? Girl, is it just me? I thought this was the brat ass. She a pretty woman.
told Variety that she's bisexual and said this: the solitude of that is so lonely. It's violent. It's violent because you literally have to tuck and place so many parts of you to be acceptable, so people won't run from you and don't want to be around you. It was exhausting. That's what childhood was like. That's what adolescence was like. I knew my sexuality, but there was no template for it. There was no example of it. There was no place for it, and certainly no forgiveness for it. To the pound.
Wow. And trust them, believe me when I say everything that this two-spirited woman just laid out is pretty much damn near 99.9% of the entire Black queer community can relate to that, baby. I mean, she just spoke all about experiences so eloquently with so very little characters, baby. Okay?
You guys, what are your thoughts on Ella sharing the truth and importance of embracing his sexuality? Al, let's start with you.
Hey, I thought that I could understand completely where she was coming from. She is from the deep, deep South. I think it's Mississippi. She and I are around the same age. And I feel like she and I probably kind of battled with some of the same things. So to her, though, I just look at her. What a beautiful woman. What an amazing actress. She did an incredible job with the film. Hey, I support her truth and definitely understand where she comes from when she says there's indeed a space for bisexual people in entertainment to be good actors and good actors. I totally, wholeheartedly support what she says there.
Now, you know what's so funny, y'all? And I agree with everything that Al said. But why the hell did I think that Al was the goddamn ex-husband of Kim Burrell? Ain't his ex-wife Kim Burrell? Ain't that man used to be married to that woman? Why I had thought that Al was Kim Burrell's ex-husband? Because I know that she allegedly was with an undercover man, right? But that wasn't Al. I thought that was Al, honey. Well, hell. Same person. Same damn person, baby. Star Jones is just the underweight version of Kim Burrell ass. Okay, let's continue on, girl.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much. Q, what do you think about this?
You know, when I saw it, my first gut reaction was okay. Like, okay. I was like, you know, not a big deal. Not necessarily information that we had to have. You know, bisexuality and being lesbian tends to be a bit more acceptable in the female community. And then I had to stop for a minute and I had to say, Q, that's a bit dismissive and a bit reductive of her experience. And then when I began to listen to the things that she said, it all resonated with me. Not being able to be your true self, feeling like you're in prison within your own psyche and having to hide parts of yourself just in order to fit in with society or be accepted as part of your family or your community. So then at that point, I changed my viewpoint and I was like, yes, her making that declaration followed by that explanation was very necessary.
I told y'all, girl, look, all so far, all the same gender loving queer folk is agreeing with that actress's words, baby. Al, bisexual ass, can identify. He understands. He was raised in the old nasty Baptist South, girl. Oppressed, repressed, okay. Had to deal with being witch hunted again because of his light-skinned privilege, girl. Okay, then Miss Funky, honey, she followed up with the uppercut, baby, okay? Now, it's interesting that despite all that queer folks say, right, because y'all, it's going to be interesting what Claudia Jordan perspective is going to be, right? Queer folk can share their experiences, share their pain, tell the dominant class what it's like. And it still seems, you know, the dominant class still finds a way to be somewhat deaf-toned.
My question, Claudia, is when are we going to move past this coming out culture? Why is this still a thing? Like, I don't. Coming out just seems so dated to me, and I know I can't really put a whole lot of energy into it because I just recently came out myself. But isn't it dated, guys?
No, it's not, and here's why. Here's why it's a thing.
Come on, Q, baby.
We're at the office.
That's right, Q. Take it home, Q.
This party right now, okay, and everybody's talking about. I'm bringing my husband. Oh, I want to take my wife to get ready, you know, for the party tonight. And then now I'm stuck because you don't know who I am, and I may be uncomfortable, or you may be uncomfortable with me being gay. Now I have to play some type of role or show up without a date. It's important that people come out so you can show up as your full, authentic self, and people know how to treat you accordingly. You don't know how many conversations at the water cooler I've had to have with people about what chick did I smash last night at the bar, or did I see that fine woman walking down the street, and I had to play along because they didn't know I was gay. So
I understand it.
So what's interesting about that is it is interesting at how people just make assumptions that you're straight, and people will just invite you into their slutty conversations, especially men, honey. I done been in them situations all growing up, honey, knowing damn well I was not attracted to the titties and the ass that the man around me was trying to get me to lust after, all because his dick was jumping all up out of his damn drawers, okay? Trying to get me to be into my goddamn horniness, and the whole time, baby, I'm turned on by him. And he thinking that we both turned on by her. Okay? And it's just the expectation of being straight. You just assume and just know that I'm straight, as if there ain't nothing else that exists in the world, honey. Just just go ahead and sit and assume flippantly that a motherfucker is heterosexual. Very interesting. It just goes to show how non-visible queer people were overall to society, that you just literally didn't see this stuff, and you didn't really interact with these people to almost to the point that they hardly even fucking existed. And because queer people were living under strange circumstances, a lot of them pretended to be straight. So we played into reinforcing this idea that the only thing that there is straightness, because, you know, many of us faked the phone, you know, to survive that violence that the actress was writing up about.
I'm just saying, it seems like we need to get to a place as human beings where it doesn't matter who you're sleeping with. It doesn't matter what's going on behind my closed doors in my house. I just feel like I would love for us to evolve to a space where there doesn't need to be a coming out. We accept people for who they are, whether they're trans, whether they're bi, whether they're whatever, whether they're black, white, or polka dotted.
That's not a conversation you and I need to have. That's a conversation the straights need to have.
Well, as a straight person, I want to get to a point where I don't need to know about your business.
Right.
I don't care if you messing with.
Here she go. Here she go, baby. Was busting out the seams, baby. Couldn't wait, okay?
Well, as a straight person, I want to get to a point where I don't need to know about your business.
Right.
I don't care if you're messing with men and women, men and men, women and women. I don't care. Can we get back to judging by the character of the content of the character? Like, right. I feel like people are getting special privileges now because of it, and also getting discriminated because of it. How about we get to a point where it's like we just back at zero? You know what I mean? Where
right.
Guess what? I don't care. It's really none of my. Do y'all care? Hey y'all, I had some DICK. I had some straight sex lives. I'm like, I'm proud of this. Like, we're at a point now where like people are leading with that, and I think that's why that is such a small percentage of who you are as a human being.
Let's not be dismissive though of the fact that
come on, Funky, get her and Al.
It's part of your identity, and it does provide context. All right, because if we're sitting in an office environment, Claudia, and you don't know that I'm gay, you sit and start talking to me about marriage and children and a picket fence and a dog. You need to know that I'm gay, so we don't have that conversation. You get what I'm saying? So
I can't have a conversation about what's normal to me because it's
no. You can have a conversation, but then what happens when you start talking to me about what are you going to do when your kids go away to college, or when are you and your wife going to get married? Well, I don't have a wife. You see, it's contextual. It provides. It's not necessary, but knowing who somebody is provides context, so you know how to interact with them.
Not y'all saying that this is the mayonnaise part of not y'all saying that this is the mayonnaise part of this woman coming out, child.
I feel you, but I also feel like in the workplace, why are we even talking about sexuality, who you sleeping with? Like, I feel like we needed a.
Okay, so one of the things I'm gonna say here for one is I think it's interesting that I don't know whether the term sexuality is what confuses folk or whether people just have sex in their mind when they think about queer folk. But Funky Dineva just laid out a really nice little illustration about the workplace and folk talking about family and talking about what they're going to do on vacation. And Claudia Jordan is still stuck on, I don't need to know who you're sleeping with. Do you realize that same gender loving people actually love? We just we assume that when straight people get together that they're doing something more than getting funky in the bedroom. Okay, that there's whole other aspects to the relationship that queer people are in, and all Q is saying is almost by nature of living in a society, there's no way for queer people not to come out because everybody in the world talks about their personal life, whether they are referencing their husband or referencing their wife or referencing whatever. That if you're just living in a society, if you're living like amongst culture and you have to interact and talk to people, there's going to be conversation. So what's tea, boo? But let's continue to listen.
Let me be clear about that. We needed a correction because things were very, very, very harmful to the LGBTQ plus community. It was very, people were being very loose with the list of the language it was saying, and I feel like that needed to be corrected. But now I feel like we maybe at a point after an overcorrection, where now we can't even have a regular conversation. I can't talk about marriage and kids because I might offend someone who may not have that reality.
Okay, so now she also keeps moving the goalposts because I don't know what the hell Claudia Jordan was talking about. like they're talking about why queer people still have to come out. Q is laying it out, giving examples of just what's just bound to come up when you are in relationship to people, talking about your life, your personal life is a part of that, etc. Claudia Jordan is triggered up by something. And what I get the feeling of is that somewhere inside of Claudia Jordan, what she really wants to really say is that she feels like queer people have too much power and she's sick of it. And somewhere in her, she does disagree with the LGBT community being a protected class. That's really what's deep down in her. She trying not to say it. She trying not to go there. But because her responses make no sense to the context of the conversation, because in her mind, she's focused on a whole nother different element of this thing. And she's focused on the fact that I can't even speak about myself. When have straight folk not ever been able to speak about themselves? When have fake straight folk speaking about their lives and their marriages and their sex life have been something they couldn't do? Okay? But there's something manifested, baby, and eventually Miss Claudia is going to go for the full gusto. She is going to go for the full gusto. Just keep on listening.
That wasn't the point I'm making. I'm just simply saying I want everybody around me to know that I'm gay, because I don't want to sit around and have a conversation with you about smashing chicks and look at that rack on her, and that stuff makes me uncomfortable because that's not my existence. So I need you to know what type of conversation to have with me based on who I am. That's the only point I'm making.
I just wish we can get away from everyone's sexuality. I feel like when we're leading with sexuality, we're diminishing us as human beings. Like, that is a small part of who we are as human beings. Are you caring? Are you a good person? Are you smart? Are you intelligent?
I want to challenge that one last thing, Claudia. Because you are a part of the heteronormative world, you have the luxury of saying that's a small part of who we are because you're part of the dominant culture. For those of us who are minorities in that space, it's not a large part. It's a huge part of our identity, and it's a huge part of our existence. For you, because it comes second nature and it's widely accepted, you don't see it or receive it the same way.
Well, cute.
Now, and I do want to add to what Funky is saying. A real big, the only reason why queer people's identity regarding their gender or their orientation is even made a big deal to us is because the dominant society made it a huge deal. We didn't ask to be discriminated against in the Bibles. We didn't oppress and silence ourselves. We didn't make being queer taboo. Those were all lines in the sands that the dominant class put there. So coming out in gay pride and queer civil rights is a response to the problem, is a response to the obsession that the dominant class has about queerness. So much obsession that it had to be taught in the goddamn churches every Sunday. It had to be reinforced that your ass is not to be gay and same gender loving and or trans. We were written up and narrated in the psychology books of America, considered it to be a mental disorder, had folk being subjected to conversion therapy, shock treatment, all type of insane witch hunting. Okay? Because straight folk were obsessed. The dominant class was obsessed with queer folk. If the dominant class had created an inclusive society from the beginning, there would be no need for queer people to unnecessarily have to emphasize their orientation. But the only reason why we have to is for the sake of solidarity and protection under the law, because folk literally out here creating laws that discriminate. You know, sodomy laws are still technically a thing in certain states. Certain states still have not abolished their sodomy laws. I think in North Carolina, if you're found in a same gender loving act, you can be prosecuted. Now, those laws aren't necessarily reinforced anymore, but they technically still stand in the books. So the LGBT movement thing, the coming out thing is a response thing, just like the women's equality movement is a response to oppression. Women wouldn't have to fight for their right to vote, their right to autonomy, their right to their genitalia, their right to their productive organs, if there was not a larger society attempting to control the way that women experience themselves in their body and show up in the world. All of, like, Black Lives Matter stands on Black Lives Matter is a response to an issue. It's not people choosing to parade themselves around and to seek attention unnecessarily. All of these movements are a response to an oppressive class. That's why we do the coming out thing, Claudia Jordan and Al Reynolds, okay? Baby daddy of Kim Burrell.
I'm going to challenge you back as well. You're a brilliant, intelligent man that is successful. Okay? Is that more important? Is that less than your sexuality?
No, but it's all part of it. It's all a symbiotic song and dance. It's all part of it because I would not. I can be honest with you. If it was not for my sexuality, I would be half of who I am right now.
Your sexuality, really? As brilliant as you are, sexuality plays that big of a part in your existence as a human being.
Now, what's funny about Claudia Jordan is she's sitting here saying, "Oh my God, a lot of people gotta live with their sexuality, and I don't need to know who the fuck you're sleeping with." But yet, she's the same one on this very show who constantly is harassing Funky Dineva and Al Reynolds about their love life. Who you dating? Oh yeah. Do you want to talk about what happened over the weekend and who that special someone was? And she's the first one to want them to answer questions about their personal life and who the fuck they dating, talking about she don't want motherfuckers to leave with sexuality. Like, girl, what are you talking about, Claudia? What is it that you're talking about, sis? What are you talking about?
Think about who I am right now as my success as Funky Dineva. That was birthed out of what? Who I am as part of my sexuality. Yes, I'm smart, but that was birthed from that part of my being.
Mm-hmm. But do you think you'd be successful without that part?
I think I would be successful. I think it'd be a different type of success, but it wouldn't be in my fullest of truth. I wouldn't, if it wasn't for my sexuality, I wouldn't be the person I am in this space on this show right now. I'm able to show, because of my sexuality and owning it, I am able to show up in the world as my truest, most authentic, most unadulterated, unapologetic self. So it is that.
And these are the same people too who talk about, oh, I don't need to know it, but yet will demand that trans women disclose their trans identity. These are the same people who be like, oh, I don't need to know why you ain't got to wear it on your sleeve. Will demand people who don't disclose their orientation, hello to the download community, to demand them to come out, to demand that they make it known, to demand that they put a name tag on themselves. It's like, which way do y'all want it? Literally, it's the schizophrenia for me. The schizophrenia for me.
I hear you. I just wish we get to a part where that is not even part of the conversation.
Yeah.
I don't need to know that about you, to love you, to respect you, to admire how brilliant you are. And I feel like some people use it as a crutch.
I'm not negating that.
You know what I mean? I think you're dope without I think you're dope and smart and brilliant without needing to know who you choose, who you sleep with. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like this show is a perfect example of that. Like, I remember when I spoke to y'all about the show thing, I said, I do not want this show to be gimmicky, to exploit y'all's sexuality. And I feel like there's too much of that in the world right now, where people just like getting back, well, I'm gay. I have people in me that are mad at me that I put them on this show because they're gay. And as they're one of my gay friends, that's all it took. And I'm like, these two men are so much more than their sexuality. It's not as easy as, let me pick my two best Judys. It's brilliant, intelligent, smart. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I want to get to a point where that is not what we lead with. But I get what you're saying. It's part of who you are as a whole.
I get what Claudia is trying to say, but we'll press the gas when it's over.
Yep.
I think this was a good conversation. Okay, but I'm also good, so it feels really good to me. Okay, we're gonna take a quick commercial break and we'll be back with more Tea Jab. Let us know how you feel in the comments. Give us some rainbows if we are celebrating Pride Month. So please let us know how you feel about the show. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Right back.
All right, so here's the thing. This is why I can't play with, hold on, because I got something else I need to share. I got something else I need to share, girl, just to really illustrate this out, honey. I think I know what Claudia Jordan was trying to say. I think what she was trying to say was, like Al Reynolds, she just can't wait until the bullshit is over and folk can just be who they need to be. But I felt like everything she said was something that she should have directed toward her peers, her cis hetero peers. Like, everything she said was something that she needed to tell her peer group. Like, if y'all would just get out the way, folk wouldn't have to worry about they wouldn't have to worry about anything. They wouldn't have to worry about nothing. There would be no need for people to quote unquote lead with their sexuality. But a part of the other issue that I have with, because I feel like Claudia meant well, okay, but she struggles like a lot of mean-welling people do. A big part of this whole, when can this thing be over? I cannot stand when the dominant class does that, because they always do that, I feel, to dismiss and deflect from the plight of any minority people. Like mean-welling mayonnaise folks say the same shit. Oh, I can't. Why does it matter? I don't see color. Bitch, we only having to emphasize black because you motherfuckers are obsessed with blackness, okay? There will be no need, okay, for black folks to, like, they don't understand that it's a response, and then they only want it not to exist when minority people show up. Like, all of a sudden now you don't want people talking about their sexuality. You don't want people, you don't need to know if people identify or not. But this is the hypocrisy of it all. You ain't have nothing to say when the dominant class was leading with their sexuality, when Mystical was all on the radio waves and all on the billboards telling y'all motherfuckers to shake your ass and watch yourself and to shake your ass and show me what you're working with, baby. Y'all have nothing to say when the dominant class is wearing all of their salaciousness, all of their horniness on their sleeve, baby. They'll turn horniness into a whole damn culture. Ain't got nothing in the world to say when the dominant class is leading with their damn sexuality. Ain't had nothing to say when Juvenile was telling y'all to back that ass up. Damn, you look good, baby. Won't you back that ass up, baby? When all this shit was number one, baby, playing at the barbecues, baby, the dominant class didn't have nothing to say, baby, about straight folk leading with their sexuality, baby. Okay? Summer jams. Ain't nobody had nothing to say when Jay-Z and Damon Dash was big pimping, spending the G's, baby. See, Pop Culture Fate 29, you can say what the fuck you want to say, okay? Because what you talking about is a minority class of folk. If the complaints were represented by the majority, none of these songs would have been in the top 5 of the Billboard. None of these videos would have been the most requested on 106 and Park and TRL. None of these records wouldn't have broke records if the larger voices in the room were coming from those who were complaining. The folk who were complaining about the dominant class leading with their sexuality were a minority. The majority had no problem with the dominant class doing what they do best, baby, shaking their ass and showing folk what they're working with. When Uncle Luke, baby, dance too much booty in the pants, dance too much booty in the pants, baby. There wasn't no protest in the street, baby. Nothing. But here's the problem. Every time queer folk go to do anything, all of a sudden, baby, why folk don't need the folk? When queer folks show up in cartoons, all of a sudden now cartoons don't need the why sexuality gotta be in cartoons? But dominant class ain't have nothing to say when love and romance and sexuality was demonstrated between Beauty and the Beast, Princess and the Frog, Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head, Mr. and Mrs. Pac-Man, Bugs Bunny and Mrs. Bug Bunnies, Pocahontas and the Colonizer, Aladdin and the motherfucking Giant, and Mr. and Mrs. Teddy Baby, and it was just fine. It was just fine, baby, for all the smooching and cuddling and love and romance and everything else to be demonstrated, baby. When Bugs Bunny saw Jessica Rabbit, baby, and was vibrating off the damn floor and tail, wagging, demonstrating lust and horniness, heart bouncing, protruding out of his chest, wasn't no problem, baby. But because queer folk now in cartoons, all of a sudden now, why they got to romanticize and sexualize and every time queer folk go to show up and simply do and simply be and simply exist the same way that their counterparts are showing up in the world, that's when all of a sudden nobody needs to do it, okay? Which is a scapegoat. Because see, there's levels to this trans and homophobic shit. It's levels to the shit, okay? There's the overt, there's the, the straight hotep. They wear the homophobia, transphobia on their sleeves, baby. You can't miss them coming. But then there's like that subtle, low-level, low-vibrating, misdemeanor homophobia and transphobia. That's right in the nooks and crevices. You won't hear it on the surface. They sound inclusive on the surface. They sound fair and balanced on the surface. It's a type of homophobia and transphobia that you got to ask a few more questions. Just listen a bit more intently. Just feel around in there, baby. And then when you get to the basement of their damn consciousness, there it is, bitch. I knew it was there. There it is, honey. That's that covert shit, okay? Like Claudia Jordan. She looks inclusive, right? She got Funky to her left. She got Al to her right. She got her good Judy's amidst her. I'm not homophobic. I'm around these gay-ass motherfuckers every day, all day. Go and party and shake my ass with them. And we have our girl talk and talk about boys and big dicks and everything else. But then if you find her ass in a conversation like this, baby, she gets the knucking and bucking and that homophobia and that transphobic shit is just the jumping out of her motherfucking ass, baby. You just got to ask the right questions and you got to just listen. Let people talk. They'll talk themselves right off a goddamn clip, okay? And Miss Claudia Jordan is I found it interesting that she said that people shouldn't lead with their sexuality, yet she was on a whole reality show, Real Housewives of Atlanta, where nearly every woman on the show had a husband, okay? And people literally were on the show based upon being wives. The Real Housewives of Atlanta. Housewives is an indication of orientation and identity. But see, it comes so natural for privileged folk to exist in whatever they consider to be normal that they don't even have a concept for their hypocrisy. They don't even hear the hypocrisy. They don't even know that it's hypocrisy. Okay? And I just be gagging at how folk just be, they let it goes all over their head. Now cartoons need to be completely neutral, all because queer people are represented in cartoons. Ain't nobody have no problem with the way cartoons was going. Prior to there being a trans character, prior to there being a lesbian character, prior to there being an old nasty piece of same gender loving character, girl. Now all of a sudden, baby. Now all of a sudden, cartoons in general, when cartoons were straight, it was fine. So shut up, be quiet, get information, have a motherfucking seat, and lay your goddamn baby heads in peace. Okay? Because we're not going to make queer folk the exception. Because when queer folk need the dominant class to make them exception, they got to beg and trolley and tarry for the damn Holy Ghost just to be understood on a damn surface level. Then when we don't need y'all making us the goddamn exception and we need y'all treating us just like y'all treat each other, baby, all of a sudden now, it got to be a gay water fountain and it got to be a straight water fountain. And I particularly chose these songs, baby, and we can go through a laundry list. We can go through a laundry list. Because hypersexuality and orientation is represented all throughout our R&B culture, girl. And damn near every music video, Chris Brown has a female love interest. Johnny Gill. Just look at all of the look at R&B. Sexuality and romance and sensuality demonstrated all throughout the arts. Look at a lot of our notable Black movies. Boys in the Hood, Menace to Society. Think about how many Black movies you grew up that had very intense love scenes and sex scenes, baby. All types of huffing and puffing and dick riding going on by the dominant class. All I want is for the dominant class to stop making the exception for queer folk. Don't nothing need to change about cartoons in general now because queer people being represented. Don't nothing need to change about Lil Nas X and what a performance needs to look like now that Lil Nas X is twirling on poles and kissing on niggas the way that Megan Thee Stallion is, the way that the baby had women gyrating all over the BET Awards. Now all of a sudden we don't need to have a congressional hearing all because queer folk is on the scene. Nope. Normalize queerness just like we done normalized the living hell out of hetero normativity. If we so inclusive and we so fair and we ain't got no problem and we ain't been out here protesting none of this other shit, baby, we've been buying the hypersexual music and we've been requesting to see the hypersexual music videos, baby, and we didn't mind when it was male and a woman love interests represented in sitcoms, whether it's Family Matters, whether it's the Cosbys, whether it's the show that LL Cool J used to be on In the House, whether it's the Parkers, baby, we didn't mind none of this heteronormative demonstration. But soon as Empire has some queer folk in it, baby. Congressional hearing, baby. The gay agenda, baby. What about the children? What about the children? When Miss Parker was running her desperate ass around for Dr. Oakley. What about the children? What about it? What about it? When Laura Winslow had a boyfriend? What about it when Steve Urkel was running behind Laura Winslow every damn season, demonstrating teenage hetero normativity? What about it? What about it? What about when the teenagers was allowed to have love interests on the sitcoms and the movies? But now, because it's an LGBT theme, interpersonal dynamic, congressional hearing, gay agenda, what about the children? Why do people have to come out? But I bet you Claudia Jordan never, ever asked any of her friends who got married, why do they have to plaster their marriage and their honeymoon pictures and their wedding pictures all over social media? Why straight folk get to come out? and then invite people to the coming out, baby. Get to make you go buy them ugly ass gowns, take time out of your life to attend a goddamn marriage that's only gonna last for 7 damn years. Make you go all out your damn way to acknowledge, baby. They coming out. They're in the personal relationship. And then got the nerve to say, why in the hell do folk gotta come out? I'm sick. You wasn't sick of it, baby, when straight folk was coming out again and a damn again and a damn again. And a bitch, you went to every motherfucking way and you got an invite too, bitch. Every motherfucking opposite sex attracted ass couple that allowed you up in their goddamn business, baby. You did your MVPing, baby. Oh yeah, I ain't mad. I'm mad for what, child? I'm gay as hell. ain't nobody stopping me for my freedom, baby. Clearly, baby. I'm just making a point that this is a nuance that the dominant class doesn't really get into the thick of. And they got to take the conversations deeper. As the dominant class, you really got to take the conversation that you're having deeper. As the dominant class, you've really got to probe your brain and really figure out why you ain't figured out none of what is obvious to me. Why I ain't have no problem with folk coming out until gay folk coming out. We all on social media. We see people constantly, honey. I mean, every motherfucking Valentine's holiday, people are indulging and acknowledging their sexuality and their orientation and whoever is the point of attraction for them. And for decades upon decades upon decades, the dominant class was able to indulge and remind us every year how straight they were. Valentine's Day literally is National Straight Day, girl. And for decades, we had to observe straight folk coming out over and over and over again. And guess what? Queer people don't even complain. All queer people want is a piece of the pie. We don't want y'all to change. We don't want y'all to stop what y'all doing. We just want a piece of the damn pie. We need to be able to be and to exist and to show up in whatever way is organic for us, just like straight folk do every single day in the world. Whether that shit is represented in the music, whether that shit is represented in movies, in art, or whether it's just literally represented in real life where you're raised in and raised by heterosexual folk, because obviously heterosexual folk make up the dominant class. Less than 2% of the U.S. population identifies as queer. We like the minority within a minority within a minority within a minority. We are a pinch of the dominant class. So all of us have bear witness to heterosexuality our entire life. The pastor had a first lady, okay? Like, heterosexual relationships have been acknowledged and revered and propped up in every aspect of our society. And yet folk have an issue with queer folk having a piece of the pie. You don't got to tell me the motherfucking difference between love and sexuality, because it doesn't make a goddamn difference which one of those you're talking about. Queer folk need representation in both, as heterosexual folk need representation in both. And I've acknowledged both of those things. It doesn't matter whether you're talking about love or sexuality. Ain't you see juvenile ass here telling these women to back their motherfucking ass up in your damn face? All queer folk do is don't make no exception for us, baby. Them cartoons representing all that love and romance don't have no motherfucking problem when SpongeBob is same gender loving. Don't have no problem when Laura when Laura Winslow is crushing on Becky Whittenhouse. If all the Power Rangers get to be heterosexual and have boyfriends, don't have no problem when the Yellow Ranger has a girlfriend. Just don't make no motherfucking exception for queer folk, baby. All queer folk want is a piece of the pie. Okay? It ain't nothing hard to understand about that. Now, I'm going to drop the link and let y'all sound off, honey, on what y'all think about Claudia Jordan saying that she's sick of folk leading with their gender identity and they gayness and queerness. Girl, she don't need to know who the hell you sleeping with, even though her job as a gossiper, baby, is to find out exactly who you fucking and laying down with and then to have an opinion about it. Okay? Says the woman who openly talks about her own love life and romantic interests and her own quarrels in life. Don't want nobody leading with their orientation. Okay. Angel, welcome to the platform. Your thoughts, love.
Hey, Conscious.
Hey.
Oh, I'm so like super happy and proud of you all at the same time. You've been giving me good content, like just. But to the topic at hand, okay. So I myself have been in sexual relations with females, right?
Okay.
I don't necessarily believe in labels because I would never be in a relationship, what standards the world sets as a relationship with the same sex. But here's my problem. I feel like people are just so ignorant, and because they're not educated in the matter at hand, you know, they speak so ignorantly, and which is what we have with Claudia. And not just her, just a lot of people in this society. People need to really understand that we have a right to choose to be who we want to be. And you cannot hide something like, okay, you don't want it on TV, you don't want it in the music, but it's right here in our face, like every day in our face. So how do you not acknowledge something that you see every day? And then to like really feel that way on her behalf, and you still surround yourself with people from the LGBT plus community is weird to me. Like, I know when they doing your makeup and your hair and things of that nature, I know, we already know it's Kiki talk. So you can't convince me that she's that prudish that you will employ these people and even just socialize with, with these individuals and then feel like it shouldn't be on TV or it makes no sense to me. You can't have things one way. That's like almost me saying, Conscious, we could be friends, but you can never be yourself around me. Then we can't be friends. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't understand why is it okay. It just it's really weird to me how people, because of lack of information and education, people run their mouths and make stupid statements and comments. It's just really crazy to me. I never understood why people do things that way. Like, we have a choice. If you don't like what's being played on TV, turn the fucking channel. Excuse my language. Turn the freaking channel. If you don't like what you're listening to, turn it off. It's just that simple. But to get on a platform and speak so ignorantly, it's really perplexing to me.
Wow. Thank you for those talking points. I agree. And I want to say, it was like in part, I know she was like on one end, she was saying, look, I just can't wait till we get over this oppressive society. And it just doesn't fucking matter. But then like, she was also kind of talking out of both sides of her neck, because then it was like, I don't need to know about that. And it's like, Claudia Jordan, you have existed in your hetero privilege so much. You have openly spoken about your love life with such ease that you don't even realize how privileged you are. You have been able to go to your mom and get her blessings over a man in your life because as a heterosexual woman, you are expected to be attracted to a man, and therefore the overall society you live in thinks that what you're doing is completely natural and normal. Like you were probably raised in a house with a mother or father. You are the product, obviously, of a mother and a father. Like, it's just like, what do you mean? Like, you don't want folk to you don't need to know who folk sleep with and that. You absolutely want to know about Funky Dineva's love life. You absolutely want to know about Al's love life. And Funky Dineva put her in a non-sexual hypothetical. Like, look, it's just a matter of just existing in the world as co-workers, as neighbors, as friends, as students, as peers in school, just talking about love. Hell, even high school and middle schools have proms, literally, where heterosexuality has been largely represented and welcomed. You are to go out and to ask a girl, or a girl is to go out and ask a guy to a dance, possibly someone who they are already dating. There are these love songs that are intentionally queued up so that you can have a nice, emotional, romantic, sensual bonding moment with your opposite sex partner. Like, what do you mean? Like, and queer people had to exist in silence as that world went on for decades. Queer people had to look out into the crowd, knowing that they couldn't participate, knowing that they wouldn't be welcome, knowing that they wouldn't be seen as normal. And I'm not talking about to the single individual people who are not homophobic. I'm talking clearly about the overall general society knew that they could not show up these ways without there being some level of violence they had to face, whether that was mental, whether that was emotional, whether that was physical. And I don't understand how, as a heterosexual woman, she has not been able to look around in all 40 years of her life and see all of this heterosexuality in the world from the time she's existed, and then claim to also understand the plight of queer people. And I understand how queer people had to almost window shop in life and look at what everybody else was able to do and able to have. And I always talk about my experience growing up. Like, I didn't come out until I got caught not running away, but I would leave at night out of my bedroom window to go to my boyfriend's house. And my mom caught me. She caught me because she came into my room one night and checked on me, and my window was cracked and I wasn't in bed. So she closed the window and locked it, which forced me to have to knock on the door when I came back in the salacious morning hours. And I only came out to her because I thought it would avoid her ass putting me on punishment. I said she'll be so shocked and so stunned, and this conversation about my orientation would have to go down such a rabbit hole that she'll forget to put my ass on punishment. Not only did she have that conversation with me, but her ass did not forget to put me on punishment.
See,
on
Mom,
that.
but
So it ain't helped me none to come out to her ass. But, you know, growing up, I had to watch my younger brother, who is only a few years younger than me. I got to watch him bring his girls to the house. I got to watch my mother be interested in meeting them, be interested in facilitating dates of them going to the movies on Saturday, give him, you know, a few dollars to treat her to a movie. I got to watch him get access to something that I wasn't afforded because of the issue of homophobia in a way that, you know, my mom was conditioned, etc. Every motherfucking third, like, I had gay cousins too. We had to go to Thanksgiving dinner and watch all of our heterosexual cousins and uncles bring their lovers, bring their fiancés, bring their spouses, bring their girlfriends, and it welcome. And we had to be on the outside.
For connection.
Somebody got some background noise. And we had to sit on the outside of all of that. So when that actress who was the segment piece for TGIF, you know, said that this type of silence and introvertedness and this type of like forced closetedness was literally equivalent to violence. Like, absolutely, like I totally identify with. It's just such a bizarre experience to not be able to not have something more than what everybody has, to not have something exceptional to what everybody has, but to just not be able to do what everybody else around you can do. You
Yeah.
don't want nothing more or nothing less. You just want to be able to show up and be like anybody else, and having to just hide all of that aspect of you. And God forbid you were actively dating and somebody asked you about your love life and you wanted to participate, but you also wasn't bold enough to come out. You had to use all of these like general pronouns like them, they, yeah, I'm dating someone. It was like so draining to just fucking navigate. And it's just so weird to not have the blessings of your people and then to see them willingly and willfully bless each other and then keep that from you all because of an idea given to them by slavery and Western institutionalized Christianity. Like, it was just bizarre. It was sad. And all of my friends lived this way. Growing up, I had not one single friend who lived in an inclusive household. All of us had Black parents, and all of us had to be and exist on the low. But I want to welcome Jordana to the platform. Welcome, your thoughts.
Hey, Conscious. Hey, everybody.
Hey.
So I wrote down a few things real quick that I just want to get out my head because I'm at work. I don't know when I'll be interrupted. But I think part of the core reason why Claudia probably feels the way she does, and even some people who may deeply agree with her, is because a lot of people still think that sexuality can be influenced or it's contagious versus it just being what a person is from birth. So the more representation there is, some people feel like you're going to influence their kids, or somehow a 35-year-old married man is going to be interested in men because there's more gay men on TV. Like foolishness like that. And I would also say that some of her same statements, I guess I'm just realizing how gaslighted the LGBT community is by straight people in general. Those who don't necessarily align with our existence specifically, because how do you make a big deal about people coming out and saying it's not necessary and not see like the reason why it's actually necessary? You know, it's kind of like somebody shows symptoms of an ailment, they have to go to the doctor to find out what's causing those symptoms. So if you're mad that this is happening, maybe you need to go to the source of the problem instead of blaming the people who are trying to have some kind of confidence about themselves, because it's literally impossible, as you said, to navigate life and not have a coming out moment. Like you said, Valentine's Day, you said prom, you said holidays, hell, just walking down the street, if you're at work, people talk their personal business. It's actually illogical to think that people at work are not at one point or another referencing their personal life and not realize that in that moment people can be uncomfortable, not because you're trying to intentionally offend them, but because they're not necessarily feeling like they can be honest. And at the same time, if a woman is pregnant and having a child, a woman in her same vicinity who's incapable of having a child can also feel away. So I think it's something that's like across the board. And people who are kind of self-centered and don't really realize that the ideals that we have around being a woman or being a sexual person, when they think it's in one line, it's hard for them to deviate from that even a little bit, just to see how what's portrayed as normal in our society, there's so many variations of that. And people just, it's kind of frustrating, but I do think I've learned to, like with family and everything, just learn to like exist outside of them in order to develop more of that confidence, because the irony of being closeted for a very long time or is it affects your confidence level. Even when you're no longer closeted, it definitely affects your ability to assert yourself many times in situations. So I don't think a lot of people really understand the trauma that comes with being asked, well, why do you need to tell people that? Like, I don't, if you're not in that situation, you really don't get it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I have a question. Do you feel
Sure.
like so like the whole leading with, do you think that there's an issue with leading in and of it? Like, do you think that that's something that the dominant class does as well?
You mean like leading with their straightness?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't think they even, it's a subconscious thing, I would say, because you don't have to quote unquote come out. You do, but it's not something that you have to prepare yourself for. And I think that's the ignorance of it all.
Mm.
Like, if you're 3 and your parents see you hugging up on a girl, it's like a parade. But in that situation, it's very innocent. Let's just put that out there. It's a very innocent gesture. It's not sexualized, but because we're adults, we put it in that lens, and we see that as a declaration of a 3-year-old sexuality. And then as you get older, it's just all the things that society deems important, like the holidays and stuff like that. We put these values on it as ways to display ourselves. And not to mention, society is very much obsessed with public displays of affection. They are very obsessed with it. and, and simultaneously, that's not afforded to everyone. So, it's either an over sexualization of kids, or it's restricted to everyone. So I do think like straight people are probably, and this is a general statement, so please, the straights, as I call them, are very obsessed with the public displays of affection, and making sure people know. You got to publicize your proposal, you got to publicize your partner, you got to publicize your dates, you've got to publicize your marriage. Everything has to be public. I think that's on them. They created that culture because it's been on TV since forever. So blame yourself for why gay people are doing it, because you created the machine that we're now using for our benefit.
And I want to also say it's nothing wrong with the dominant class doing it. We just need everybody else to be afforded the right to show up and be.
Exactly.
With that same level of normalcy.
Correct.
Yeah, so I agree. Are you dropping down? Or are you staying around?
I will drop down. I'll try to come back up later if I can.
Okay, love. Well,
thank you
for that.
All right.
Sydney.
Hey,
Sydney. What's going on?
Hey y'all. And Jordana, she dropped off before I could get to speak to her, because I've been talking to her in the chat the whole time. I'm at work too, so I will make it quick. I kind of want to piggyback off a little bit what you said, Conscious, as far as like the rap culture. What makes me just baffles me is that it's already in kids' faces already. Because to be honest with you, they watch more videos and YouTube more than they watch cartoons anyways. So that sexuality is already being pushed out. And it's, you had the Pepe Le Pews and, you had those back days. So it's already been pushed out. So if people are not accepting of what's just happening here outside, in the confinements of your home, you can turn the TV off. You can take the cell phones. You can do that. That's one way you can do that. But as far as, I think people have to start being comfortable. And I think that's the main thing, that a lot of people are not comfortable with homosexuality. They're just not. And I will say that unfortunately, I was raised in a family that my father's best friend for the last 30 years is a gay man. They've been best of friends. My cousin, she's a transgender woman. She just transitioned maybe about 3 years ago. But growing up, I always knew, as a kid, you kind of know that, okay, my cousin a little bit prettier than the rest of my boy cousins. You get what I'm saying? But it's all about acceptability. Even my brother is married. He's been married 5 years. He has a beautiful wife, son. we've all have been able to be around gay people as children, so we're accepting. So, but in Black cultures, a lot of times Black people, they have you have your gay relatives, but a lot of times they don't want you to be around them. You know what I'm saying? So we don't normalize having other people outside of your own sexuality in the Black community, and that's the problem. It's not the if first of all, with Lil Nas X being on the BET Awards, the BET Awards is not for kids anyways. That's not a kids program. Right. So your children should not be watching that in the first place. And a lot of times the cartoons that I am seeing that they are starting to put, those love interests for those characters, a lot of those shows are for teenagers and up. I don't see a lot of kids shows that are just, you get what I'm saying, just blatantly doing that. So it's more just people just really just want to find something to pick at. And yeah, people just want to have something to pick at. And me growing up, I was a teenager. I was watching Noah's Ark with my mom. I was watching the L Word. I was watching those shows because, and also my mother's a makeup artist, so I grew up in in the makeup room at the drag show. So I always grew up around the culture. So I feel like if there's more black people, especially Black parents, that are showing that acceptability, it will trickle down. But we're not showing that. We don't want to show that. We still want to keep promote. And you have a lot of people who say, well, I don't believe in that Mayo Jesus, but you're still promoting the same things. So you have the hoteps that say, oh, well, it should be shown, and I don't want to see this and that. But you still on the same side will say, well, I don't praise that Mayo Jesus, but you're still using the same doctrine. So that's just my little 2 cents. And like I said, if you should be able to be
panel I was listening to another content creator, and they had a panel, and they were talking about another panel that they all were on, where some guy was up there talking about how LGBT folks shouldn't even have the right to vote. Like that we shouldn't even be afforded to participate in normal civil liberties. It's just like really interesting to see how invested the dominant class is, and not just even oppressing like queer people. I mean, to be fair, the dominant society has did their fair share of oppressing most people who just don't make up the dominant class, like anybody who exists outside of whatever paradigm that the collective holds in place. And it's just weird, though, that people can be that narcissistic and selfish and can literally think that they can play God and think that they can determine who should exist and not exist within society. Like, it's just very fucking cringy and extreme and irrational. But thank you for
and
that.
it's fun. And I was just gonna say, it's funny that those same panels, most likely they're gonna be Black men. It's funny how those same panels will say this, but y'all have no problem when the LGBT community is fighting for you. You have no problem with that. You have no problem when they're laying their bodies down.
Out. Oh yeah, only if we can be of some immediate, some immediate use to them. And it's the hypocrisy, especially amongst so-called anti-queer cis hetero Black men who will definitely wage a war against homosexuality, but make the exception for lesbianism and bisexuality amongst women's community. They will welcome and invite threesomes and foursomes and
like Boosie. I'm like, you have a whole song, sir, called like you have a whole song, sir, a whole song, and yet you're you're upset. Like that's what, and a lot of Black men do that because they're like, well, I like, that's sexual. That's fine. That's sexy to me. But
it's all a part of that normality. You like
exactly.
Who like what you like. So because this woman likes other women, you make the exception for that because you like women. But because this man likes men, you don't have any place to afford him any dignity and respect simply because he's different from you.
And I hate the fact they don't like treating like gay black men still as men. Like, y'all are still men. Y'all are still men. Just because you have a
blood,
sexual
baby,
preference.
I'm all man.
You know, just because you have a preference doesn't mean that you still, and a lot of times they will disregard black, you know, black gay men manhood because they are homosexual. Yeah. They're still men. They'll still beat your ass just like everybody else.
Look, I think it's also funny how it's this whole idea about leading with sexuality, but I literally can just show up and people will acknowledge my sexuality before I even get to tell them my name. But yet, we're leading with our sexuality. I have literally been on panels where people was like, "Oh, here come the gay dude. Have I acknowledged to you, bitch, that I'm gay? Have I told you what my sexuality is? Just because I've showed up and aesthetically you think that you can tell that I'm queer. Once again, here it is. You're obsessing over my sexuality. I ain't said shit about my sexuality. I remember I was on a whole panel and we were talking about the black community and the plight and the status of the black community in this country. Literally, not once did I reference my sexuality. And yet that was still the talking points of some of the other panelists who couldn't find any way to refute what I was saying because
it's a deflector. It's a deflector. Yeah, I'm going to deflect off of me.
And I'm like, are you okay? Are you okay, sir? Are you okay? You're not okay. And it's okay that you're not okay. But yeah, it's wild. But stay right there, Miss Sydney. Welcome to the platform, love. What are your thoughts on leading with your sexuality?
Hi, Conscious. Hey, Conscious crew. Thank you for having me on. You can hear me okay?
Yes, you are crispy.
Awesome. So I want to speak to this as a cisgender, hetero Black woman. And I only share that because I'm a 20-year practitioner around diversity, equity, and inclusion in the corporate space. And so I've had to coach people who think exactly the way Claudia does over the lifespan of my career. And so, you know, part of the reason she's able to say what she said is because she's coming from the perspective of reducing members of the LGBTQIA community to a singular sex act. She's just focusing on the act of sex versus the totality of the person, their relationships, their experiences, etc. And so two things I just like to touch on that are very sort of poignant experiences from my perspective as I try to take people through their own journeys, because I do the work within the context of corporations, I don't always have the luxury of throwing people out with their belief systems. I have to coach them because they're managing other people and impacting other people's lives. And so one of the things that I often do is I cause people to become uncomfortable, right? One of the other calls was talking about comfort levels, but I work with people to demonstrate what an element of discomfort might feel like. I will very often take them through exercises where for a day or 2 days or 3 days, I force them to not talk about any elements of their personal lives. If you have kids, don't talk about them. If you have a spouse, do not talk about them, right? Anything that you love or that's dear to you, don't talk about it for 1 to 2 days and see what kind of discomfort and awkwardness that causes in your body. And I certainly don't do that to suggest that that moment in time experience is anything equal to what a member of the LGBTQ community might feel or experience, but it does open the window just a little bit. Yeah. And the last thing I'd share that was a really poignant experience over the course of my career is I had a leader that I was coaching, and he had been in a relationship with, meaning had a coworker who they'd been in a relationship. He called it a friendship for over 10 years. Now, this person went and got married, and they were off work for a little over a week. And the next time I was in communication with the manager, I said to them, I said, well, Yvette is back. Did you see pictures of Yvette's wedding? Did she share any pictures with you? And the leader was like, what are you talking about, wedding pictures? And I said, yeah, Yvette got married. She got married last week. And Conscious, when I tell you this person was brought to tears, they were, because over a 10 span years of a working relationship, they had no clue their team member was gay. And their team member didn't have any space or comfort to share that with them. And so, it's moments like that for me where I say I can't always throw the baby out with the bathwater with people. I try to bring them along in their journeys to open their eyes, similar to what you often do in these conversations, which I really appreciate that you do that. And so the final thing I share is that just like anyone else in the space of work or in church or in any other spaces where there's institution and community, that's all everyone wants, including members of the LGBTQ community. They want a sense of community at work. They want to feel like they belong. They want to know that they're cared for, safe psychologically and physically, and they want to be comfortable being fully who they are. So that's all I would say. I just appreciate the conversations that you're creating.
Those were really beautiful and well-articulated thoughts. Thank you for that, R&B.
Thank you.
Miss Mary, welcome to the platform. Your thoughts on leading with sexuality. Are you sick of hearing about both being gay and trans and everything in between? Miss Mary, can you hear me?
I am. Hey, honey, in chat. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, here, hold on. Let me take out my mic. Hey, you hear me better?
Yes, I hear you.
All right, I'm in the bathroom doing my hair, so don't judge.
Okay.
No, but I'm sick of it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sick of it, and honestly, everybody pretty much said everything that there needs to be said, except for dragging Miss Claudia now. So let's go ahead and do that, because, like you said, Conscious, the goal of this woman to have the introspective the way she did, the goal of her to, first of all, you just came up with all of the talking points in your commentary, and basically it's just like how she could not answer her why question herself.
Right.
It's pathetic. She is a clout chasing ass slut dog. Anyway, and she needs to be told. She needs to get told. I wish Mrs. Funky did not hold back, because you could tell it took him everything. I'm a little nervous, sorry. Yeah. But you could tell.
Yeah.
What you think, what do you think about that? The fact that she, like you said, she couldn't answer that question on her own. Her introspective was that why do gay people... The reason why I call her a clout chaser is because this is Pride Month. So, she did this for attention. She is trying to tout Foxhole out to exactly what everybody thinks it is, right? Which is the Uncle Tom of Black news, right? Her opinion is trash. It's just plain trash. She's just doing it for clout and for clicks and views during Pride Month. Because of all times, when we are showing our pride, it's we don't, just like Black people don't say, well, we do, but we don't say Black, this is Black History Month every month of the year. We know better. We might be in our Blackness all year round, but we're not over here talking about this is Black History Month, like that. Pride Month is the same thing. Pride, yeah, gay people do lead with our sexuality, but this month is the month that I don't know, is it a federally recognized month?
Yeah, I believe so.
Exactly. So this month was set aside for us, for queer people. Get over it. You're just showing how much of a clout chasing ass B-word you are,
Well, yeah, it goes to show how deaf-toned Claudia is. And I definitely wouldn't rank her as I don't... Claudia Jordan is not going to lead the apocalypse against queer people or incite violence upon queer people. But it was just interesting at how deaf-toned she was, considering her own proximity to the queer community. That's kind of what was shocking. It's okay, you are a self-identifying cis hetero woman, but you have so much access to the queer community. You have so many queer friends, you have access to queer spaces, and a lot of times I feel like the queer plight is very similar to the woman's plight. So I'm also kind of always surprised when women are kind of deaf tone to the queer plight because they kind of run hand in hand in so many ways. Like they're both like
Big
women's
facts.
oppression and homophobia and transphobia are the byproduct of the same patriarchy. Like patriarchy has given birth to both of these issues, and patriarchy doubles down on both of these issues. And so, yeah, I was just like, Claudia, like, but you know, but this goes to show you how second nature, like, whatever the dominant class normal is, it's just so second nature to them. It's like when you're so privileged, you just don't even realize you're privileged because your privilege is not privilege to you. It's just normal. It's just life. It's just every day. It's like you don't have any exceptional acknowledgement of it because it's just so second nature in normal in your reality. And so she's just sitting in a blind spot in a way. So when she was seriously asking, like, why do folks have to still come out? It's like, because clearly the fight is still on, boo. Do you not realize that they're passing, hold on, do you realize that they're passing, they're still passing bans on LGBT folk, like the Don't Say Gay ban, like they're still legislating heavily in a time like this where Lil Nas X exists, where Lil Nas X got on thigh highs and is number one on the charts. Yep, even in an era where you got RuPaul Drag Race on TV and Andy Cohen, mayonnaise ass hosting away in his queerness. Yes, even in this era, just like you got all this women's equality shit going on, and you still have a fight against their wounds. Women are still fighting for their reproductive rights. We don't live as much as in a progressive society as we think we do. And we think that because we watch a bunch of politicians wrestle these things out, that it means that the overall world is coming to terms with something when it's not. Like, minority people are fighting even harder today than they ever have for the same shit that their ancestors and forefathers have been fighting for. So, yeah, it's just interesting at the why. It's like, girl, like, are you not looking at, like, you're in media. Are you not looking at the news? You don't, I don't understand.
And to your point, that whole privilege statement that you made reminded me of a comment that was made in the chat about how we're just trying to seek privilege. Only a privileged person would say that, sir or ma'am. Like, that fact that you see it that way, again, your own introspective, and it's not really, you haven't really looked inward long enough, buddy.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, thank you for that, Miss Mary. TV, welcome to the platform. Love, your thoughts on us leading with our sexuality. TV, are you there? Because sometimes he be doing brain surgeon and be trying to get up on these damn live streams, y'all. Can you hear me, Are you there, love? Are you there, love? Are you there, love? Can you hear me? Okay. Popular Culture Fate 29, you are finally here and found your way onto the panel. Welcome to the panel. Your thoughts on leading with one's sexuality.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, loud, live, and in color.
All right, yeah. Actually, I'm blocking my own ears. Thank you for having me on the show. About the leading with the sexuality. I don't know much about that. I just came late on your show, but I do thank you for having me nonetheless. I know you saw my comments popping in there.
Yes.
Here and there. I'm just to let you know, when I saw your show, you was talking about the whole Monique deal, right?
Yes.
And me and you, we were like totally in sync. I'm like, yep, he's right. In my opinion. Okay, so we shared the same opinion.
Yes.
All right. And I'm like, okay, I like what you got what you got to say. Let me come back. Then you're saying, now you're talking about this topic here, right? And for me, I can only speak for me. I can't speak for everybody in the world because I don't know everybody in the world. But I don't particularly have anything against anyone's choice per se. Well, to an extent. All right, and I'm talking about, I'm not saying that murder's okay and none of that, you know, but I'm just saying basic everyday, what we call, you know, just everyday life. For me, I don't feel like everybody's out to get you, but I'm also not able to tell your story, you know, because I'm sure in your story, in your life, you have your experiences and you felt a certain kind of, wow, I feel like I can't do this because I might be looked down upon or whatever. I'm just saying, for me, I'm not that type of person that would look down. So it's like sometimes when we speak, we say things generally, but we all take things personally. You know, and I think that's a big mistake, you know, because I'm like, well, wait a minute, I'm not like that. Because you're saying now all of a sudden cartoons and I'm a huge, if you see my icon, you see I'm a Batman fan, you know, I'm a cartoon guy. And so when you hit on that, that was like, okay, wait a minute. Because growing up, for me anyway, because, you know, we're learning about character, you know, how to be good, you know, good versus evil, basic stuff like that, you know, just basic cartoons and pretty much learning or teaching people or kids how, you know, what's right and wrong. Simple, basic. And sexuality had nothing to do with it. Straight.
That's a man's perspective. Women watch princess movies. Women.
Oh wait, whoa, wait a minute. Girls watch Justice League too.
We do too, but we also watch princess movies. We also watch romance little cartoons and stuff that were meant towards us. We all, first of all, that's a lie, because there's plenty of movies that were both for men and women back in the day that did show relationships. They always showed heterosexual relationships. That's the point.
Okay, but see, as a kid, nobody's thinking what's hetero, what's gay, what's this and what's that. All they see is, wait a minute, what? No, it does matter. So when people say
it's psychology, but know what you're talking about before you talk. Yes, they do. Kids have their own sexuality. You trying to tell me that at 6 you didn't explore with yourself, or not at 6? Sorry, but like at 12, I started doing that. Like, you trying to tell me that as I wasn't a kid at 12? I was a kid at 12. I started touching myself. So what are you talking about? Kids have their own sexuality. It's in psychology. Know what you're talking about.
Okay. All right. Anyway, so I was speaking respectfully to the host. Okay. Like I said in the beginning, I can't tell his story, just like I can't tell your story. So I'm not here to attack everyone because I don't know everyone's walk. I'm just saying, or at least in my opinion, kids aren't thinking, oh, this is straight or this is that. They just see what they see. Now, as they're
absolutely trying to tell.
Can I finish? Can I please finish? Can I please finish? And then I'll let you speak. And then we will have to talk over each other. I'm just saying, because I know me, I'll just speak for myself. I'm not thinking, oh, this is straight. Oh, this is gay. Oh, this is that. Okay. Oh, I'm just seeing. Can I finish my sentence? I'm just seeing what is presented to me. Okay, we are adults judging kids' content as adults. We right now are adults are judging kids' cartoons as adults. But I'm saying when we were kids, we were judging the cartoons as kids because we were kids back in those days. So we are judging by two different standards. That's what I'm saying. We didn't give a crap about what was gay and what was not.
When you saw Betty Boop, hold up. When you saw Betty Boop twerking and doing all her little boop boop beep, you didn't look at her and be like, "Damn, stop it."
No, nothing. No, because kids don't generally think about sex like that. I can tell you,
most people did. Most of my crews, girls and boys in my crew, we were all keychained out. We were all about Betty Boop. We were all about shit. So don't lie. Don't act like we didn't bring that shit into our teenage years. We brought all that kid shit into our teenagers. Then we started realizing and seeing what was going on and seeing what they were showing in the freaking movie.
Are you speaking from an adult's point of view or are you speaking from a child's point of view? I'm talking about from a child's point of view.
It grew with us. It grew with us. It was programming. Don't sit there and act like it didn't grow with us. It grew with us. Yes, we were in my high school, in my junior high school, we were all, Tamagotchi'd out. We were all tree-caned out. We had all this stuff. We were taking everything. Rugrats, everything from the past to the future into our high school years. Don't even.
So, are you telling me you knew about sex before you was taught about sex?
What I'm saying is, for
So the
somebody
answer
that's
is
a
no,
child.
because a lot of us don't know what we're watching when we are ignorant of
First
the
of all, what
subject
I'm
matter.
saying is from a child, I knew that I was being groomed to be with a man. Don't even try it. You lying. You lying.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, that's your story. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, hold on for a minute. So I do want everybody to speak one at a time. I am going to let everybody respond to pop culture if they have a response to give the pop culture. To your question, pop culture.
Mm-hmm.
I said this on a show a few months back. I don't know what we was talking about on the show, etc. But I remember talking about how I believe that we don't know as much about the way that kids relate to their orientation and when their orientation really shows up. Because obviously, like, we recognize puberty as a chemical and physiological change, but there's also awarenesses and urges that can show up prior to experiencing puberty. So to your question, like, I experienced what we would fundamentally call horniness at like 8 years old. Like, and me and my young peers were playing house.
Ditto.
Which obviously was an imitation of, heteronormative things that we've seen, but those things were not even just about imitation. It was about some type of like drawingness or magnetism toward another person's body in this way. We played games like Hi Go Get It as a way to express whatever what's going on hormonally. Like, we had childhood games that were used to help us to perform these acts out in whatever way we knew how to perform those acts. And I remember playing Hi Go Get It at times and hunching, and there being a sensation, but not having any language or to necessarily associate with it, not having any like real concept of what it was, but it was definitely experiential.
Okay, so are you saying that when you watched cartoons, for instance, did you wanted to imitate what they displayed on TV?
Well, not necessarily cartoons. I mean, no.
That's what I'm speaking on specifically, because that's where my passion is at, because I'm a big comic, fan, and at the end of the day, it's like good versus evil. And it's like, all right, we want to see the good guys win.
Honest, I don't know. Sometimes there was.
No, I'm not saying every cartoon, but the cartoons that I watch, like I said, Justice League, stuff like that.
So like, I was big on like I was big on comic books and cartoons, and speaking of cartoons, it's very interesting at how hypersexual the aesthetic of a lot of, especially like a lot of the superheroes, like when you're talking about Batman and Catwoman and a lot of the characters were very vivacious, like ass, titties, jock straps, like muscle.
Yo, let's talk about that real quick. And I'm sorry to cut you off. Okay, the older you get, the more you see and the more you understand, and that's my whole point. Like, you can have Batman and Catwoman, the same two characters. The younger you are, all you see is like, okay, they're beating up the bad guys. That's how we take it. Now, at least for the males, I can only speak for me as a male, because that's what I am. At least I know, like, when I get older, I'm like, oh, y'all drawing them kind of sexy. Like, so when I was like 5, I didn't consider them sexy. I just considered them characters. But then when I got older, I'm like, oh, y'all drawing, Catwoman kind of curvy. Just y'all going for the sexual route. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
so it's like
Batman and Catwoman always had a relationship, always in comics. So those comics,
I understand this.
Comics, they were made.
I understand this, but I'm saying in different stages of our lives, we accept it or we grasp things differently as we got older. That's what I'm saying. So I didn't out the gate, I didn't say, oh, dang, these guys are, hanging out and just doing all kinds of adult stuff. That ain't for me.
Well, then
I didn't take it as such. But when I got older, I'm like, oh, okay.
Okay, so because I'm still trying to like follow you. So what point are you like making?
No, so when you say
discredit yours, Conscious, that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to say you're wrong about.
Oh, your audio had went out, Miss Mary.
Yeah, I think he asked me. Okay, so I'm not going to tell somebody to speak on
You're
his
gonna
behalf.
tell him a bunch of bullcrap lies like you're
Okay,
doing.
see, you know
You
what?
are
He
a
wasn't rude
gaslighter
to me. Why are you being rude to me? Why are you being rude to me? The host is
because
not
you
being
are
rude to me.
miseducating our people. You miseducate the young
I'm
ones in this
speaking for
chat.
myself. I'm speaking for myself. I'm not miseducating anyone. Just like he has his story, I got mine. I respect his story. Can you please respect mine? And I'm here for learning, if anything, but you don't have to be rude about it.
I don't respect a narrative that's not true.
Okay.
Conscious is telling the truth. He spoke nothing but truth.
Okay.
And you're trying
Conscious,
to
you
discredit it.
talk to me,
I don't
Conscious,
respect
please.
narratives that aren't true.
People are here to give their opinions.
But Miss Mary, we do have to allow everyone to at least articulate their points. I'm perfectly fine with everybody challenging the hell out of the points that pop culture is making as well. But we do want to respect each other and allow each panelist to be able to have the floor to speak and to articulate themselves. So with everything that you were saying,
my bad.
So what are you basically saying?
Okay. That the character of the person is what I'm more concerned about, not the actual sexuality. And I'm talking about as far as cartoons. If you just happen to be gay and you kicked butt, great. All right. And to me, because that you could tell a story that way. If you lead with, hey guys, I'm gay and I also kick butt, that's not really a good thing. But if you say I kick butt and I just happen to be gay, that's more intriguing. Because I'm like, oh shit, I didn't even know he was gay, or I didn't know he was straight, or whatever the case is. It don't matter if it's gay or straight. I wasn't thinking about sexuality at all.
But do you know that? Do you know how rampant homophobia is, even amongst children? Because I was bullied for being gay before I even knew what any of that even. I didn't even identify as gay at the time that I was being.
Conscious, you're going in and out. Your voice is going in and out. I don't know if anybody else hears that.
Can you hear me? Am I going in and out? Am I clear? Or do I sound well? Hello?
I can hear you.
Doesn't. Okay, well maybe it's me. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's definitely boost, boo. It's definitely boost.
But I can hear everybody else. I just can't hear you.
Of course, you can't. It's a frequency thing, love. You got to raise your vibration in order to get okay. But okay, so everybody can hear me though, right? Like, can I get a in the chat if my audio sounds fine? Okay, so I was asking pop culture, like, are you aware of how rampant homophobia is even amongst young people? Like, and I'm sure that D-Rock can probably even attest as well to probably enduring a lot of homophobia coming up in elementary and middle school before he probably also even identified openly as gay and queer or etc. So to your notion that it seems like what you're trying to say is that like somebody being homophobic or not being homophobic is probably determined by how it's presented to them. So if somebody presents self before they present their orientation, then they have better odds of being treated like a person rather than being treated like a homosexual. But most of us who were bullied when nobody knew about our orientation. Just assumptions were
exactly
just, they went off of whatever they based their assumptions on, rather it was just being like, I know as a boy, I was like very quiet. I was very humbled, and maybe that was considered weak and sissy. And then therefore it made sense to attach gay on, I don't know what, young people were interpreting that led them to calling me gay. But I know that a lot of my friends and a lot of queer people were bullied before they even identified and came out as anything by other young people. So I don't think that it's necessarily about the way anybody presents. I think it's just the way that the dominant class is taught and institutionalized and indoctrinated. And a lot of that stuff goes on in the home as well. And, if your mom is dragging you to church every Sunday and she's enduring the same homophobic rant from the pastor, then of course, the grandchildren and the niece and the daughter that she's bringing into the sanctuary to get to know God is also enduring the same messaging and the same demonstration unto the queer people. So it's literally just about people allowing these ideas to permeate in society, in the church, in the home, and then queer people kind of inherit, you know, the bullshit of it all.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. I just want to speak on that real quick. So the whole point of me saying, like, when I first heard your show, you was talking about the Monique issue, right? I knew then that you, at least to me, that you were a likable person because of your character. I could care less what your sexuality is. That's what I'm saying. Are there people that do care about, you know, what everybody else is doing? That's their business. I can't speak for everybody. I'm just speaking for me. And I would like to think that there's more people that think like me, like, oh, this guy's cool. Oh, he's gay. Oh, I didn't even care he was gay because what you said was already cool. I can't unsay, oh, well, now all of a sudden I changed my mind. What he said before is not cool all of a sudden because now he's this. I'm not doing that. So I would like to think that more people would judge you off of your character and off of your core beliefs rather than what your sexuality is, whether it's straight or whatever it is. That's what I'm saying. So I'm more of a content of a character person than what you do in your personal time business, because that's not my business. So like I said, I caught your show at the end about this lady about I don't need to know. Well, I didn't need to know that I liked you, or at least your content, because of what you choose, what your sexuality is. That's got nothing to do with me. What you do in your time is your business. But if you say a whole lot of good things that I relate to, I'm gonna gravitate to your content. That's what I'm saying. I'm putting your character above how you handle your relationship.
So let me ask you this question. Is sexuality a problem? Like when it is time for that conversation, when it is time for that queerness to be on display, is it a problem for you? Even though you are judging people by the merit of their character, but when that part of their identity is on display, what is your internal reality setup like?
Okay, and what do you mean by on display?
Like when somebody is talking about their love life or sharing their sex life, or when somebody is putting their relationship on public display, maybe they are being a public, openly affectionate with their same gender mate, etc. When somebody is articulating their queerness, or even representing it through a mannerism or aesthetic, etc. Like,
I got you. Yeah, I got what you're trying to say. No, personally, like I said, I don't care what the sexuality is. I'm gonna just say the word sexuality. That includes straight. If the topic at hand is to discuss what your sexuality is, then that's the topic, and you are speaking on topic. So I would not have something. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. So let's just say me and you are here, and we just shooting the shit, and you talking about, you know, your experience at the bar last night, and you got a girl's number, etc. Y'all had a good time, and then I turn around and say, "Oh yeah, you know, I was at the club last night, and I got this nigga's number, and you know, we had a good time." But like, you are just like,
okay, so yeah, so if you say, so if I'm saying, yeah, I got this girl's number, you saying I got this dude's number or whatever, that's you. That's how I feel about it. You like what you like, I like what I like, but I don't mean I gotta hate you because you like chicken and I like fish.
I agree, and you shouldn't. I was just asking. So then, to Claudia's point, like, so what do you feel about her point that she don't need to know who same gender loving people or queer people are sleeping with, or whatever the case may be, and that she don't need to know that, and she gonna like you and love you anyway, and
okay, let me cut you off because I have to cut you off. I'm sorry, I apologize. Okay, like I said, I caught you right as you ended that segment. Now I've used that same language, as in I don't need to know. That's why I explained to you that I didn't need to know your sexuality to know that I like your content, because I already heard you a day before talking about Monique stuff. And I'm like, okay, I think alike. Let me. So that's what I mean by I don't need to know. So that's why I'm separating what your sexuality is based off of who you are. Yes, that's a part of you, but that's you. To me, that's a private thing. But that doesn't mean, to me, yeah, I don't really, yeah, that one little thing don't just wreck the whole house to me. So if you're a good guy, you just happen to be whatever, you're still a good guy.
Why do you think it's a private thing? Like when you saw, and I mean, I'm just assuming that.
Look, even if you were straight, it doesn't matter. I already made my mind up because I heard enough during the Monique issue. I mean, I watched a whole hour of your stuff.
You don't even have to keep explaining all that. I
understand. Okay.
But I'm saying specifically to you feel that that's a private thing. So when you see your mom and the dad in the household, and you see mom and dad or somebody else's mom and dad represented as a couple, do you think that they also need to be keeping that? Like, I don't understand what you mean by like that. You think that should be private when it's just not private for anybody else. We see couples, we know that people are together and have families. We see this a representation everywhere in the dominant class, even when it's not represented sexually, even when it's just represented in a relationship, when it's represented in love. So, I mean, it's like, so when you say private, I don't like, what does that mean? Like, you think it should be private?
Oh, I mean, as far as what you do in the bedroom. I'm not saying walking down the street holding the hands. If it's two dudes, whatever, you and the alligator, don't matter. You know, that it is what it is. But what I'm saying, like, when you say, oh, I was banging this chick out last night, whoa, keep that to yourself. Now, if that's your homeboy and y'all have that kind of conversation, okay, that's what y'all do. Okay, but even if it's straight, like I said, look, I don't need to know all the details. Straight, gay, don't matter what it is. I don't need to know. I'm not saying that, oh, you know, stop the presses. I'm just saying I don't need to know to judge your character, because I'm more, like I said, I'm more character driven as opposed to what you do between you and your significant other.
Okay, I'm probably going to push back against that a little bit more, but I'm going to let some of the other panelists kind of dig a little bit. I know that Anja had wanted to respond to that, and Sydney obviously has a lot to say about some of the things that you said. So starting with Anja, are you there, love? I know you wanted to respond to some of what. Okay, Anja dropped off. Okay, I see you're back, Miss Mary. I mean, it was Miss Mary, not Sydney. You wanted to respond to some of this as well.
I did, and I didn't mean to disrespect you, but I do get, you know, flamboyant, I guess you could say. I get passionate. I think that, like, when you let someone talk, you're right, Conscious, you should let someone talk, because the more they talk, the more they bury themselves, which is basically what he did, because like, at the end of the day, the conversation led to him saying, do it in the quiet. We don't need to know who you sleeping with, which is the problem, right?
I did not make the sexuality exclusive, though. I said that across the board. So
but that's just not reality, sir. Again, you are living in a fantasy world. See, you're getting me upset because, like, you're living in a fantasy world and you're trying to make up stories about what you think. This is an ignorant world, sir. Very ignorant. This isn't
okay, well, instead of going with the ad hominems, why don't you be more respectful and we could discuss this so we won't be ignorant?
I've never used an ad hominem.
You know what? When we attack each other, we remain ignorant. But when we listen to each other, now we are enlightened. I'm not trying to attack
I listened to you this whole time.
Okay, so I will respectfully listen to you.
So
can I listen to you without being attacked? Because I don't think I attacked someone.
I'm not attacking you, sir. I'm being honest about what I'm seeing, what I'm hearing.
Okay, go ahead.
Where it's going to, and how ignorant you are, and how ignorant the world is, and you want to sit there and talk about how you would hope that people aren't so ignorant, but they are, though, sir. And that's the point. That's why we have Gay Pride Month, sir.
Well,
that's why we have
Black saying that people are ignorant, just enlighten us. Then that's what I'm saying.
Okay, well then, what about the Black people who are Black and they've went through slavery? You cannot debase what we went through as a community, what our people, our ancestors. Because if we want to talk about people who've come before us, we can say that the gay and trans community and LGBTQIA plus or AI, whatever. I'm not. Anyways, across the board have dealt with extreme hatred and what do you call it? Like, Conscious, can you help me out here? Like, they've dealt with extreme like problem, like they've been killed. Like, the cops were trying to raid the gay clubs and arrest them. It was a crime. You cannot sit here and act like we don't have a right to have pride in a day and age when this is the age of Aquarius and we are being able to come out without fear. We live in a world of fear, sir. That's the facts. This is the fucking, and you want to sit there and live in your fantasy world and miseducate people that are already being miseducated as we speak. Let me calm her down.
Yes, calm down, Miss Mary.
Okay, not everybody has the same story. Even if you're in the same community, not all blacks think alike, not all gays think alike. So for you
the exception never makes the rule, sir. Stop being a fucking idiot. No, the exception never makes the rule, sir. We praise and we thank God for the gays that had inclusive parents, maybe even gay parents. Thank God, because God is good. But don't even sit here and try to make up new rules because you want to live in a fantasy world. Yeah, it's the age of Aquarius, honey, but we ain't fairies. Stop. Well, we are, but not you. But like, the point is, like, stop it.
What rule did I make up?
Oh my God, you're sitting over here in your fantasy world, miseducated. Well, I would think that, you know, people wouldn't be so ignorant to, you know, I like you based on your personality. I don't care about who you sleep with. Like, it's not even about that. Like, how do you know Conscious even has a penis? Like, I'm not trying to hurt, you know, I know you do, Conscious, but like, how do you know? Gayness is not about sex, buddy. Just like heterosexualness isn't about sex. When like, two old people can't fuck anymore, excuse my language, they still love each other and still married in a happy hetero fucking relationship. Okay? Same with gays. Stop focusing on none of your business.
Okay,
focus on what it really is.
I said, obviously.
No, I am, because I'm just trying to let you know that you are talking.
Okay, I respected the host. I said that I liked them. So if you take I like you as a
but that's
insult,
not the question. You're sitting over here, but that's not even the fucking point of the conversation. That's not. You're sitting over here talking about a fantasy. You're talking about a fantasy. You're not talking about reality. We're talking about reality. We're talking about what's going on right now during Pride Month. Claudia, motherfucking clout chaser, is trying to get her moment in the sun on the name of queer people.
A person. So what?
How do you feel about that?
Okay.
How do you feel about her clout chasing bougie ass?
Okay. So when Conscious was talking about the majority, right? I would say that I would be a part of that majority. So if he thinks a certain type of way about the majority, I have to speak on, since he put me in the majority group, I'm going to say, well, I'm part of the majority and I don't have a problem with you. That's what I'm saying. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't people that do have a problem, but I'm saying I'm one that does not.
No, but you're not recognizing that there is a problem. You're not recognizing that there is a problem. You're not recognizing that there is a problem. You're making it seem like everybody's like you in the hetero world. Gays don't have no problems. There's no problems as long as we don't need to know about who you fucking with. So what does that mean? Does that mean gay people can't kiss in public? Does that mean gay people can't kiss in public? If a gay man kisses his boyfriend in public, you gonna gag? What does that mean? We can't. Don't be worried about who you sleeping with. That's what we're talking about, sir. We are the type of people to say, hey, you know what? I am proud that I'm not a heterosexual. I'm proud that I'm homosexual. And then you're talking about, well, keep it to yourself. Keep it to yourself. We don't need to know who you're fucking. Like, boy, you are walking contradiction on this panel right now.
No,
and I'm here to serve you a slice of humble pie. No. Now eat your words, nigga.
Let's pause. Pause for a second. Pause for a second. Let's just
hold on, Coach. And after this, I want I got other panelists filed in here too, but I want you to respond to that, and then Anja to respond, and then D-Rock, etc. And Miss Mary, I do want you to relax as much as you can. And this is the thing, you guys. I did set rules on yesterday. I don't want any name calling, but I don't mind the passion. Like, people can be passionate, people can be emotional, people can do all of that. That's all a part of being present in a conversation. So the emotions and all of that is fine, but we do want to refrain from personal name calling because it's not necessary and it won't get anything achieved anyway.
Yeah, calling people idiots and liars, that's attacking.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I don't need any help. Okay, thank you. Now, Pop Culture, respond.
Thank you, sir. Okay. No, I'm not going to gag if one man chooses to kiss his man. Okay. If you must know, I'm saying that it does not take. I am not judging anyone based off of their sexuality. In one sentence is what I'm saying. What you do is what you do. It's your character. I said that 3, 4, 5 times. So it doesn't matter if you're straight, gay, or whatever. You are what you know. I'm not gonna gag. Okay. I
Well,
don't,
can
it's
you
not a
please answer the
requirement. Let me
question?
reword it like that. It's not a requirement, even if you're straight. Hey, guess what? I'm straight. Blah, 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 blah. Hey, I'm gay. Okay, that's what I'm saying about I don't need to know. Okay. I just need to
So
know
you
if you are
don't
you a good
think
person? Are you contributing to society?
mm,
That's what I need to know. What you do, you know, how you feel about people, that's your mind and your business. And I'm gonna just leave it at that.
Okay.
Conscious, did you see how
I
he
want
basically is
mhm.
a opposition? He believes what Claudia
Oh my
Jordan
goodness.
believes.
Okay. Thank you,
Okay.
Conscious, for listening to me. So if I'm not saying it correctly, just know this. I respect you for who you are.
Yes.
All
I
right.
do.
So if I just didn't say it in a way that everybody can understand, then okay. I'm gonna just leave it at that. Thank you, sir.
Well,
For
hopefully,
Sure.
you can let, like, maybe some people can just give you what they think they're hearing, and y'all and we can just continue to like figure it out, whatever it is that need to be figured out. Because I'm down for that. Do you have time to stick around? A pop culture?
Oh yeah, I'm
Okay,
here.
okay, I'm cool. Anja, I know that you was wanting to respond, so please do.
Okay. So, pop culture. All right. The first thing that I want to say is that I'm 41 years old, right? So I've watched cartoons even from my mom's generation. My mom was in her 60s before she left here. So I'm a big, like, especially like old cartoons. I'm a big cartoon fan. And cartoons back then, Disney, Hanna-Barbera, all of those cartoons, they did display heterosexual content. You had,
Agreed. I agree.
yes, there was none when it came to homosexuality, right?
I agree.
So the first thing, because you were saying initially about the cartoons.
Okay, let me speak on that. So I'm saying as a kid, we didn't know the difference between straight or gay. We only saw what we saw. We didn't take it that deep as a kid. That's what I'm saying. That's where our mindset wasn't about that. See, we are adults reflecting on what happened in the past.
Can I be heard? Hello? Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, I don't want us to talk over each other.
Who's speaking?
Okay.
This is Anya.
Okay, yes.
Okay. What I'm saying is, initially, when you spoke about the cartoons, because you said that you're passionate about cartoons, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you were speaking in a manner which I don't think that you were intentionally doing. I don't think you were conscious of it. That you were making statements like there was no sexuality being displayed. Well, heterosexual sexuality
in some cartoons. But yeah, you're right. Some there were, some there were not.
Yes,
that's correct.
So, that's to that point. Okay, my second thumbnail in my head. We were discussing. Well, you were saying about when he asked you about the Claudia Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
He was asking specifically in general. You said that he put you, because you are a part of the general, I guess, masses. He put you in that, included you in that. But I don't see how he included you in that. You included yourself, because he was speaking in general.
Right, but I know where I stand. So even though he didn't know that he was including me, I knew that I was a part of that.
The same thing you was asking of the other young lady, you're doing to me now. We have to be conscious of our behavior. It's not, and I'm not even attacking you. I'm trying to actually help you understand what the young lady was trying to say. Okay. But the whole thing is, what he was asking was based upon what Claudia Jordan was stating, and then the whole, cartoons and music, things of that nature. Just like with Black people, there was a time, what they had, what is called Black exploitation movies. There was a time that we didn't have any representation. And we fought to have more representation because we wanted to see people like us, more of us. You know, we, in total reality in the world, we had doctors, we had teachers, we had lawyers and things of that nature, but these things were not being displayed about us, right? So we fought to have that. The same thing can be said of the LGBTQ community. If you want to have representation, because it's like we cannot have things on TV and act as if people's sexuality is not an issue. It's and it shouldn't be an issue, but we can't act like it's not a part of the world. Whether it's because people want to make it.
I have a question. I have a question. I like to respectfully cut you off.
No, you
like
have
to respectfully cut you off for a second.
Wait. You have to wait because I'm gonna just put my
Okay,
talk.
go ahead.
I'm gonna listen to you guys. You can't. It's about representation, right? And then just in general, how can the LGBT plus community have representation if it's not introduced? How do you introduce someone's sexual orientation without saying it? Because you don't want, it's not as if that I haven't seen, maybe some adult cartoons, I'm not sure, but I haven't seen anything for like the little kids and stuff like that. How can you show and present that there's the representation without saying it? Because if it was if they had a cartoon character kissing of the same gender kissing each other, the world would the states would darn near blow up. You know, it would be like an outcry. So how else would it be established without saying it? Okay, that's my question to you.
Okay, may I speak? Okay, thank you for that. So, and that's where I was hovering around. Like when he brought up, what about the kids, and all of a sudden this and that. So, and that's a very good question that you asked. First off, I'm Black, so I know what you're talking about, and I understand. You know, it wasn't a lot of us on TV, and so now the question is, well, how can the LGBT community be presented and get the representation as well? Us as Black people, you look at us and you know we're Black. Sexuality is a behavior. So we don't know unless somebody tells you or you ask and then they tell you. So those are words spoken versus what your eyes see. So you can't really judge those two exactly the same. They are different. Now, as far as, like you said, just like you said, you hit the nail on the head when you said, maybe there's some adult cartoons, keyword adult, because when you talk about sex in general, it don't got to be gay. It could be straight. Okay, now there might be some kissing and stuff like that on like the Flintstones or whatever, but they ain't go like hardcore. And yes, there would be a shock value if you saw like two guy cartoons kissing. Yes, you are going to get that. Why? Because that's not the norm. But however, you do want to be represented nonetheless. So that's to be expected. If you do anything out of the ordinary, that's going to shock anybody. Like if I ate like a couch, I'm going to shock a whole lot of people because that's not the norm. Okay, but I put it out there for everybody to see nonetheless. So we can't act like people are not going to be shocked. Okay, so now, so let's keep it to the adult level. So when I say cartoons, I say, yeah, so if you're going to talk about sexuality, period, gay, straight, or indifferent, that should be geared more towards the adult side versus the children watching Barney back in those days, you know, the young kids, the Sesame Street kids. That's what I'm saying. Sexuality generally, for me, I don't care what it is, that should be pushed later in the child's life as opposed to earlier when they barely don't know their ABCs. And there are some things that are coming out with the Sesame Street generation. So it's not like it's far-fetched to what some people are saying. They're like, some people will say, whoa, this is a little bit too early. I see what you're trying to do, but this is a little bit too early. And I'll let you speak on that. So if you have things your way, what is your perspective?
I'm comment on that. Hold on, because I actually got stuff. I can't let y'all engage in a full-fledged conversation right now because we got other people who got to get their initial thoughts in here as well. So just hold those points on both ends. D-Rock, welcome to the platform. Your thoughts on what you've heard here.
Okay, thank you. First, y'all have to forgive me, please, because I, have so much going on in life and other things going on in the world. So I didn't catch what Claudia Jordan actually said. Can someone tell me what she said?
He basically just was challenging, like, it's Pride Month, and there was an actress, a black actress, who came out as, okay, girl, can you close your nostrils up, honey? There was a black female actress who came out as bisexual, and Claudia Jordan was just kind of going on about how she's kind of just over the whole coming out thing, and why is it a big deal, and she don't need to know what your sexuality is, and she would respect you and like you anyway, and she just doesn't need to know who you sleeping with and laying it down with and fucking and etc. And you're so much more, and queer people are so much more than that, etc. So, while I understood the spirit of what she was saying, because Al kind of had also posed a question of like, when are we going to be over this coming out thing? And we're never going to be over the coming out thing as long as homophobia exists, as long as transphobia exists. There's going to be a coming out culture, just like there's going to be a DL culture as long as there's a homophobia and a transphobia that exists. I personally thought it was bizarre that it wasn't her sentiments around like, when is it going to be over, because I understood that she was saying basically, when is the world just going to be through with this issue? Let people live their best life, let people show up how they need to show up, etc.
Right.
But it was the part for me where it was just like, I don't need to know your sexuality, etc. Boom, 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 pow, pow, because she's a cis hetero woman who has been able to openly participate in putting her love on display, whether that was talking to her family about her personal life, whether that was being encouraged by the society to get married, to participate in hetero romance, to have a family, to start a family, to have kids, that her privilege is so natural to her that it was, that I was just kind of like, wow, like, you don't, like, it's interesting that you got to participate and indulge in coming out over and over and over and over again as a woman, but you didn't see it that way because heterosexuality is normal. So you don't see how you participate in something that queer people didn't have access to forever up until recently, and still largely struggle to have access to. So I was just kind of highlighting that and just kind of educating her. So I had pulled up some pictures and stuff of like, just as an elementary illustration, to help, contextualize my point, where sexuality, because she was like, I'm sick of folk leading with their gender and leading with their sexuality, but that would destroy the entire women's community. The entire women's equality movement if people didn't lead. Like all of these issues are a response to oppression. Like the women's equality movement is a response. LGBT movement is a response. Black Lives Matter is a response. These are not people just parading for the fineness of their health. There's a reason why these things exist. All these things are responses. And I brought up like hip hop and how hip hop and R&B could be an easily go-to, because once again, I feel like the dominant society does not protest heterosexuals leading with their sexuality the way that a Juvenile and Hot Boys and Uncle Luke and Lil Kim and Trina and Lil Wayne and Birdman and 2 Chainz and the Baby and everybody else does. That Beyonce leads with her sensuality. She leads with her gender and her sex. She leads, and it's never like a protest. It's never like a congressional hearing. And I was arguing that all queer people want to do is the same thing that the dominant class gets to do. They don't want nothing more or nothing less. They just want to be able to show up and do what them do. And do what the dominant class does. Now, I pulled up this picture. Those of you might know or might not know who this person is. This is Fly Young Red, who broke the whole fucking internet when he came out with a song and matched the energy with an even more controversial video called Throw That Boy Pussy. And the lyrics are completely same gender, loving centered, and the visuals, all the video vixens are same gender loving men bouncing and twerking their ass in tights and Daisy Dukes as Young Fly Red talks about sex and hunching and eating ass and the whole nine. And this was polarizing to the dominant class, baby. They tried to
Yes, it
cancel
was.
motherfucking nigga, and
It was great.
you would have thought Satan had rose up from the bowels of the earth, baby. I mean, the way that it all just went up in flames when Fly Young Red triggered up homophobia to the most extreme by being completely and unapologetically same gender loving in this sexual way, that he literally mimicked and mirrored heteronormative behavior, but just did it as a same gender loving man. He literally had all of his dancers, men, twerking, bouncing, gyrating, and yet it was met with the total cross. And so there's a double standard and a hypocrisy. And I just made the point that, anytime the queer people want to do anything, all of a sudden now it's time for cartoons to be neutral. But this conversation wasn't being had when Jasmine and Aladdin, Beauty and the Beast, Pocahontas, and the Colonizer, when the cartoons were doing what they were doing, it was fine until queer folk were inserted. And then all of a sudden now, the cartoons don't need to be demonstrating romance and relational dynamics and when now that the queer folk are openly identifying and getting married and all of this kind of stuff, now all of a sudden nobody in the workplace need to be talking about their love life. Nobody need to be making a reference to their spouse. But all that was fine and dandy until a queer folk can utilize the same liberties. Now all of a sudden we all need to stop, and it's just like no, we all don't need to stop. There was nothing wrong with people doing these things before. Just let queer folk have their slice of the American pie. So that's what we were talking about.
Yes, I agree, and that was. Thank you for saying that. That was a great commentary on the whole issue, and I have to say I agree with everything you just said. I hear it all the time from straight. I mean, I just heard it at work a few days ago. I hear it, and it's always 9 times out of 10 it's heterosexuals who make that statement. There's nothing wrong with it. I don't have a problem with it. Just keep it in the closet, basically. Just don't force it down our throat. And I had to tell somebody, one of my coworkers, I said, well, just because you see 2 gay people walking down the street holding hands, that's not forcing it down your throat. And and they clarified what they meant, and it was like, well, I'm not saying that. I just mean when it's in the cartoons and the movies and when it's everywhere, and well, that's still not forcing it down your throat, because nobody's saying, you have the freedom to turn the TV off or turn the channel. There's plenty of straight content out there. I think people use that. Even I heard a lady on here, she was like, every program, like, come on, stop the bullshit. You're just exaggerating because you're trying to push a narrative. It's not in every program. It's not even in 50% of the program. Gay people are still very much a minority in this country. So I agree. I think it's like, I agree with kind of some of what she said. Like, I guess what she was getting at was kind of like, why is it still an issue? I agree with that part. Like, you shouldn't have to come out of the closet. That shouldn't be an issue. But people have to, because they're making a statement that needs to be made. That's why people do it. That's why people do come out of the closet, because they're making a statement that needs to be made. Just like Don Lemon said, he wasn't never going to come out of the closet until it hit the news. He noticed that all these kids were killing themselves, and then there was one story of this little boy that committed suicide because he was gay. That really hit him, and then that made him say, man, I have a platform. My name is too big to be in the closet. I'm sitting here and everyone thinks I'm straight. So let me go out here, because everyone respects me and listens to me. Let me go out here and put myself out there. And so for that reason that a lot of people do come out, because they're saying, look, we're here and we've always been here. So yeah, I do agree with just about everything you said. Yeah, that's all I really have to say. But thanks for listening. There's a couple other things I have to say, but other people want to speak. So
Okay, wait, you can stick around for sure. And thank you for those talking points. Are you back or?
I'm never left. Yeah, I'm back. I'm kidding. I'm back.
No, you had left because I was calling your name when it was your turn, and you were.
My bad. There was some conversation in the background. I'm sorry.
All right. Welcome to the platform, love. And what are your thoughts on the subject?
So I'm a little mad you beat me to the punch conscious on the conversation of the cartoons. Because I was about to say, we had Jasmine, Belle, Ariel, all them little white cartoons kissing each other when we was kids, and no one said nothing about the heterosexuality. My whole thing is, I feel like everybody always wants to say that the gays being pushed, but y'all don't ever turn around like, oh, the heteros being pushed, like the hetero agenda, you want to call that? Because I always said from the beginning, I don't think there's a gay agenda. People living their lives as gay all their life for the most part. Just the fact that we, as the LGBTQ, have to keep in the closet for so long that our coming out story or our coming out, whatever it is, seems so special in quotations, because it's like, at least me personally, I was asked, was I gay all my damn life? As a jit to 27 years old, am I gay? I came out the closet 6 years ago. I'm still being asked if I'm gay. And I'll lead with that into conversation, but eventually, and I think it's more weird that heterosexual people actually are more curious about your sexuality than gay people are. Because every time I asked I was gay, it was always somebody who was straight. And my question always was, why does it matter to you if I'm gay or not? Like, why does it matter? Are you going to start being my friend? Are you going to be different? Are you treating me, less than? Like, why does it matter? To move around me, like, I'm confused. And to Claudia Jordan's point, I mean, who is the Claudia Jordan? First and foremost, she's a colorist, so I can't take nothing she said seriously. That's the same one at that party that went viral. Talks, oh, the darkies are here and shit. I don't pay a girl no damn attention, and y'all shouldn't either.
I'm happy somebody said it. Thank you.
I'm like, no one bring the point that she's a colorist. Oh, okay, I thought it was just me. Oh, okay. But yeah. I honestly wish that people would stop using the gay agenda into cartoons, into politics, into all type of shit, because at the end of the day, like Conscious said earlier, the DL community is large because of homophobia. The gay community is always attacked because of homophobia. The trans community, transphobia. I feel like, especially the black community, if we were more open and stop living off the Christian talk of all of your gays, like amnesty, you're going to hell, knowing half these hoes in the church is gay. Okay, I don't want to hear that. Like, we're 2022, and even though we're getting a little more educated on these type of things, I still feel like there's a lot of ignorance in the black community needs to be fixed before we actually go anywhere and stop this phobia bullshit. But that's just me.
Who was speaking just now?
TV.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, this is just a question. Okay, and I was listening to you, and you said, why does it matter, right?
Yes.
And what Claudia, she's saying, I don't need to know. So it sounds like to me, both parties are saying the same thing. You're saying, why does it matter? And then they're saying, I don't need to know. So the way I'm saying it is just let that person just be.
Well,
right, you're not trying to offer up your preference, and somebody, and she's saying, I'm not even trying to know your preference.
But that's the thing, though. I think behind, unless you're part of the LGBTQ, you might not understand that point. So I'm not saying you're ignorant too. I'm just saying this in general. When we're being asked constantly, "Are you gay?" or "Oh, people, black families, oh, he got a little sugar in his tank." I don't know if he's gonna grow up to be a football player, nothing like that. But that type of shit. So us growing up, I can't speak for everybody, but for me growing up, and that's constantly being in my ear. Are you gay? And I'm sitting there battling with myself as a gay man.
Mm-hmm. Come on.
Why is it that if you constantly asked that so many times? Like, so when I came out the closet, it didn't matter because one, Everybody at that point fucking knew. And then number two, people still to this day still question if I'm gay. So what the fuck the point is? If I tell you I'm gay, you don't care. If I tell you I'm gay and you do care, I'm gay. I can't change that. So you take it or leave it. And that's like where the point we're at now. Like, we're gay. What you gonna do about it, sweetie? Like, you can't do shit about it. I hope that
that's pretty tough right there, because and you're right, and I can't speak on what your story is, but it does sound like damn if I do, damn if I don't, because you got some people that generally don't care, and not to say in a negative way don't care, but it just doesn't, it's not a requirement for them to know. Okay, and then I guess I never went. Me personally, I never went. Are you gay? I never asked that in my life. So I can't imagine why would somebody go out their way and ask.
So many people do.
No, I'm not saying it don't happen. I just can't understand why people would even ask that.
Okay, so do you think that people? Do you think that we should say it? Do you think that we should be able to say it? That we should feel proud about our how we orientate? Like, do you think that it's okay for homosexual people to say I'm homosexual, or if we're being asked to tell people?
I wish I had a good answer. Can you repeat the question one more time, please?
Well, this is a yes or no question. So
okay,
I'm saying, do you think that gay people should have the right or feel comfortable or proud, especially during Pride Month, about saying, yeah, I'm gay, or I'm gay. Hey, let me tell you about my story. So I'm gay, and this is the kind of culture I'm in. This is the world I'm in. Blah 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 blah. Like, it's not just sex. Like, it's a mind state. You know what I mean? It's more than just sex. So do you think that we should just be able to say I'm gay, and especially if we're talking about like something that has to do with it?
The answer to your question is yes, because I believe in freedom of speech. If you feel like that you need to say it, say it. No matter what your sexuality is. And nobody should not be oppressing you. You shouldn't have a month to wait, like, oh, now I can say I'm gay. No, say it all year if you want to. You do what you want to do, in my opinion. I can't speak for everybody, but yeah, the answer is yeah, sure.
So you don't, and then thank you for that. That was a good answer. Do you think that, it's putting our business about who we sleep with out there if we say that we're gay? Do you think that's what it is? Is that what the impression you get?
Well, if gay means a man with a man, you are putting it out there. So yes, to be honest with you, yes.
So do you think that?
Go ahead.
Do you think that gay asexual people exist?
Do I believe that gay people exist?
Gay asexual or gay celibate. Gay asexual or gay celibate. People who are gay, who are attracted to the opposite sex. However, they don't have sex. They're not having sex. They don't have a partner or whatever, but they still identify as gay as a big part of their cultural identity.
Oh, okay. I can't say for certain. I probably, but see, I don't go out my way looking and hey, are you this? Are you that? I don't go digging in other people's business. To be honest with you, I can assume that they exist. Yeah, sure. I wouldn't be shocked if they do. So probably, yeah.
I want to interject here because I gotta do a demonstration. But before I do, I want to respond to Pepsi. It probably looks the same on the surface, but it's not. You have to literally observe in the proper context. When I brought up Uncle Luke and all of them, and someone had made the point that he was pushed against by the Supreme Court, etc. Yeah, not for heterosexuality, for vulgarity, for explicitness. That's not the same as being censored regarding your orientation in general. They pushed back when Little Kim came out with hardcore. They've done that to a few artists on the basis of vulgarity, not orientation alone. So no, heterosexual people have not been pushed against for their heterosexuality. Queer people have been disregarded and denounced and unallowed simply on the basis of their orientation, whether their orientation fit within the mold of the respectability politics of its times or it didn't. It was a end to the O. Okay? They're literally laws resurrected against the expression of homosexual sexuality, etc. But same gender lovingness, same gender sex in and of itself, whether that was in the confinement of marriage, which we wasn't even allowed legally to marry, because literally the orientation itself was discriminated against. It could not be put in any box because there was no other box for it to be appropriate in. It in and of itself was deemed inappropriate.
And still to this day, Conscious, there's states
that society reinforced that, the laws reinforced that, the church doubled down on that. So don't want us to conflate Little Kim being challenged and censored by the government and Uncle Luke being censored. That was not an attack on heterosexuality. That was an attack on a certain type of sexual expression of heterosexuality, which was a vulgar and explicit expression of sex and sexuality. I want to be very, very, very clear about that. I also want to invite Carrie Bradshaw to the panel. Can you hear me, love?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, love. Welcome to the platform.
Hi, thank you. I love your platform. Before I get started.
Thank you so much.
I am new to this, so excuse me if I say anything that is improper or incorrect. I am coming here, listening to learn, but as I was listening, one thing I wanted to say, as a person who does identify themselves as straight, a lot of times we don't know the proper things to say or how to articulate ourselves in a way that gets our point across when it comes to the LGBTQ community. And I would like to say, I wish that oftentimes we are given more of a chance. I have friends now that are homosexual. I have a best friend that's a guy, and he has a boyfriend, and they have daughters. And then I have a friend from high school who is a lesbian, and she just recently got married. I give those two instances because when I was younger, I'm 35. When I was younger, my friend was afraid to come out to me as a lesbian, and because of this, it hindered our friendship for a very long time. We probably haven't been close, and I've known her since I was 6, but we haven't been close since we were like maybe 21, 22, because she was afraid to come out. And when I asked her in our late 20s, I was like, well, why did you feel so afraid to come out? She was like, well, I just didn't know what you would say, and I just didn't know how you would take it, and I didn't want to lose you as a friend. And what I will say is this, most of us, I just love people. I can't speak for everybody else. I just love people. And I know that there are other people out here like myself, and that was my best friend. And I didn't care who she loved or who she wanted to be with. But in a way, it hindered me because, if this is who you are, if you're coming out to me as a lesbian or bisexual or as gay, I want to learn as much about it as I can to help improve our friendship and how we communicate. So she's moved and she lives in New York now, but I took that instance and I was able to create a better friendship with a friend that I met at work. And he educates me more on things that are appropriate and inappropriate. And, he teaches me. And sometimes I make mistakes and he'll take me, he's like, no, Kiana, that's not the way. And I would love to see more of that because a lot of us, we just don't understand. Like it's so much I just don't understand, and like I don't get. And I know there are other people out there like me, and there are people out there that don't want to understand and they don't want to get it and they don't care. But it's way more of us out there that do care, and we do want to have more of an understanding of how everything is for you and how it works. And we don't want you to be afraid to talk to us about those things. So don't shut us out.
Well, I might do a Q&A so that folk can come and ask. I'm invite all the LGBT folk and do an open Q&A and let folk ask whatever it is for those who got questions upon questions and looking for some answers. And that'll be fun and definitely informative. But ignorance is the absence of curiosity. If people would just be curious, as you just said, and ask questions, a lot of the stuff would be cleared up. But because of the issue of not only a lack of education on queerness, but there's been a demonization of queer people, a lot of people didn't even bother to seek understanding about something that was considered evil and taboo. And so there wasn't any need to ask questions or to form relationships so that you can have nuance to a particular community, because that community was demonized and villainized. So it's but the asking questions is literally about seeking truth, and that's what leads to enlightenment. So I would definitely put together a panel and do a whole Q&A, and hopefully you can come back to the platform and y'all can get y'all questionnaire on, and folk can answer accordingly. I want to welcome Mookie to the platform as well. Are you there, Mookie?
Yes, I'm him. I'm here.
All right. Welcome to the platform. Your thoughts on the subject?
I just feel like when it comes to gays and homosexuality, I just feel like people need to stop being so criticism, because you don't know what a person how they got like that, number one. That's why I feel like when it comes to the gay community and things like that, many of y'all know homosexual been bashed for years, in a long time, especially in the black culture. And I just feel like that most people that so horrific and stuff like that need to extend grace first and understand how a person got like that, because you don't know, because a lot of people think when people come as homosexuality, they just coming out because somebody else told them to come out. No, that's not true. Sometimes people go that way because you don't know the type of things that they have seen and brought up in their home. You don't know the hurt, the pain, or depression they have dealt with, and that's why I feel like every people that in their lifestyle has a right to be spoken. And I just feel like it's wrong. It's wrong for people to sit there and bash somebody and say, whatever you do, that's your business. Whatever you do, that's your business. Whatever you do, that's your business. I just feel like we need to stop bashing one another. Even you're straight, you're gay, you just need to stop doing that. Like, because it's not right. It's not right. If we say we believe in God, we believe in all these things, we need to stop picking and choosing to beat folks up with certain stuff and rather just look at your own self. That's what I see and feel about it. I don't, it just, to me, I'm kind of emotional talking about this because I had a home friend just like that, CTV, and he died. He died a long time ago. He was my classmate. And he had came up in a home where most of his friends bashed him as being a openly gay man, bashed him real bad. And he turned around and committed suicide and killed himself. The simple fact is, everybody was judging him, but no one got the chance to know and understand why he was like that. And I just feel like people just need to quit bashing. Listen, you may not agree with it. You may can agree to disagree, but don't bash people that's in that type of lifestyle. Like me, I love CTV, regardless or not. I love this man. And you may agree with him or disagree with him, but one thing I can say about him, he's real. He's real. He's a real openly gay man. That he's real and know how to stand in what he do. Period. And that's just the way I feel about it. You know, we just need to quit all this bashing. And same way with the black church. Preachers need to quit picking and choosing to beat folks up with scriptures. Instead of just looking at their own, just look at their own self and what they're doing. Stop picking and choosing and just say, you are homosexual going to hell, and this going to hell, that going to hell. Take the time out and sting grace and send somebody heart. Do I believe homosexual has a right to be spoken? Do they have a right to be heard? Absolutely. They have a right to be heard, just like women's have their voice to be right to be heard. Period. When you was talking about the Monique situation, CTV, and I forgot to give my commentary on it because I was agreeing with that lady on the panel. I can't think of her name, but she was like, every woman has a voice, you know, has a right to be heard to speak, and that's true. Because I have a spouse as well. If she hurt, I hurt. If she cry, I cry. If she go through things, I go through things. You know, because sometimes a man can feel, especially when his spouse go through something physically and emotionally. So I just feel like when it comes to gay people, we just need to quit the bashing and stuff like that. And I think when it comes to the black culture of the church doing stuff like that, CTV, most of them do it because that's just what they've been taught. They just what they've been taught, or what they fathers or somebody that told them, you know, instead of standing grace. That's why you see so many churches always say, well, you know, I was taught to that my pastor say, you going to hell. I was taught, you know, this what they said, you live this, you going to hell. I was taught this and I was taught that. But it's, you know, if you don't stand grace and sit there and pray with them and understand, you may not have to agree everything, but get to understand their heart. That's all I'm saying. Get to understand what they going through. Like when CTV came up and he talked about how he grew up in a home where his mama had to provide, you know, for both, as with her man and the children. I seen my grandmama do the same thing, CTV. Same thing. When my grandfather didn't make enough money, she went out and provide for the family. And there's nothing wrong with a woman doing that. Period. Nothing wrong. So that's the way I feel about it on it. That's the way I feel about it.
Well, those were great talking points, and I agree. You know, we gotta let folk be, or it's gonna continue to be nasty. And maybe to Claudia's point, you know, yeah, we need to definitely, you know, if only we did live in a world where folk could be judged by who they are and the rest be put into some other damn mind your business category. That would be very nice. But we live in a society that wanted to control other people's truths and wanted to mind other people's business in ways that they should not have, and really try to dominate and create human beings in their own image. And humans collectively are never going to represent any one sole vision that any one person has, because human beings are not a monolith. We, nature, are different. We are divine. We are eternal, metaphysically speaking, and
right,
represent the diversity of all things known and unknown. So a little bit of everything is going to show up in humanity, but we definitely just need to realize that oppressing other people defaults us to having to agree that it's okay for other people to oppress us. Like, you can never oppress someone without agreeing to your own oppression. So if you don't want to be oppressed and you don't believe that you should be oppressed, then you have to actively fight for other people's freedom. Or you are saying that a human being with the resource and the power should yield that power to reinforce their personal vision of how things should be. So it's very interesting to me when people participate in oppressing.
Yes,
it's very
it is,
to me.
and that's all I'm like. All I'm saying, like, get to understand someone's heart. Even you don't even have to agree with a person how they living, but homosexual has a right to speak the way they feel. They have feelings just like heterosexuals have feelings. They have tears just like we have tears. Like, don't get to the point and think, oh, well, yeah, oh, well, what you do is your business. What you do is your business. When you say stuff like that, because you don't even know that person, voice should want to be heard and stuff like that. I have talked to plenty gay men, me and my baby. We have talked to them, and we sat down and we prayed with them and heard their heart of why they was like this or why they was going through. We didn't judge them, we didn't criticize them or none of like that. I remember my daddy told me, because he worked as a police department. He said he went in a store one time and it was an openly gay man and folk was bashing him on the job, and the boy left the gay man left the job and never came back because folk was criticizing him just for being what he wants to be.
Man, I grew up minding my damn business and had to deal with folk all up in my shit.
Oh, I believe you.
For no reason. Literally minding my goddamn business and got to be inconvenienced by other people's homophobia. But I was a fighting ass bitch, so I put an end to any type of bullying very early on in my life. Once I got to beating the hell out of the bad guys, I sent the epic message to anybody else who decided they was gonna try to fuck with me. So all you got to do, a gay folk, find the biggest motherfucker in the situation and whip that motherfucker bloody motherfucking home. You'll never be bullied ever again for being queer, baby. Just find the biggest, baddest motherfucker in the situation and tear their ass into smithereens. Okay, make sure they live in it. You don't want no murder charge, but you can bring them close to them. You can bring them close to the Lord, honey. Okay, they can start seeing a little bit of the light and all.
Right. That's just the way I see it on the CTV, and I just want to say this before I get off here, because I don't know if y'all know this, but my baby, she's pregnant, and I'm going to become a daddy. So,
congratulations,
I want to say this to all the women that's listening and everybody else on this panel. Don't let nobody turn y'all into something that you're not. You are beautiful. You are gorgeous. You are special. Don't let nobody tell you what you can't do and cannot do with yourself. No matter, you has a right, as a constitution right. You have a right to speak the way you want to feel, say what you want to say. Whatever choice that you make, that is your right. I just felt like even when you start talking about how the women should have their voices heard, that's true. Because there have been a lot of most females have been criticized, even coming up. They have been criticized where they always told what a woman don't supposed to work, or only a man bring home the bacon. That's not so. Because what if it get to the point where a man can't provide everything? Sometimes it's good to have a spouse to jump. I'm glad my baby worked. Even though I make much, even though I don't make as much, but I'm glad she works. So we both come home and we sit there and pull our heads up together. We both bring food to the table, and I just feel like women have their voices heard. Because somebody had told me in the chat who I was standing for. I said, I'm standing for the women's as well. Because, I feel like women go through things too emotionally, physically, and mentally. You don't know what they have going on unless you extend grace to them, period. That's all I'm saying. Like, gay people, y'all have a right to feel the way you feel, to express you way you express. Don't let nobody change your standard. Don't let nobody tell you what you can do and cannot do. You got a right, speak your voice. Let your voice be heard. Don't let nobody tell you you don't have feelings, period. The worst thing you can do to an openly gay man is to lead him into depression and suicidal. You don't know what they have gone through. You don't know. You don't know. And this is the reason why CTV, I feel like this emotion. Excuse me from sharing a little bit tears on your platform right about now. So I just feel like even when it comes to the church, I just feel like a lot of preachers don't stand on what they preach because they always bash folks. And this is the reason why a lot of people take the church as a joke now, because it's too many hypocritical people that bash it, sowing discord, judging people of the weight of their lifestyle instead of extending grace. I remember one time a brother told me he didn't want to go back to that church because simple fact, he saw the preacher was bashing a whole lot of gay people and he felt unwelcome. See, this is why the people don't take the church serious no more. And they talking about the church supposed to be a hospital, but how can people get healed with people standing there abusing their mouth with their tongue or towards other people? Come on now. That's not the kindness what Jesus would do. Everything Jesus did in the Bible, he did it in love. Everything he did and gave in the Bible, if you read it, he did it in love. Period. That's all I'm saying. You know, CTV, keep up the good work, man.
Thank you so much.
I'm telling you, I always, me and my baby, we have always watched you every day, even though we'll come in a little bit late, but we still watch you. We still look at you, you know.
Yeah,
and she be like, that's one thing about CTV, you know. He speak his mind. She said he just like me. He speak his mind. Don't give a fuck what nobody say to him. He said that's what I like about him. He said he speak his mind and don't let nothing get to him. And I appreciate you, man. I really do.
I appreciate you, and I think that you and the wifey is are y'all having a baby boy or a baby girl?
We don't know yet.
Okay, I think
until she get like four or 5 months, we'll know.
I think that if y'all are having a baby boy, y'all ought to name him Davion.
We will, and we might let you be the godfather.
Only if he can be named after me.
Oh, okay, you know it, CTV. Trust me, man.
All right,
you know it.
All right. Well, I appreciate you, Mookie.
Yes, sir.
Wonderful and loving speaking points.
Yes.
I want to trigger up the panel real quick and get you guys to respond to this. I'm not sure if any of you all have ever seen this before, but for those of you who have not seen, Throw That Boy Pussy, you are about to be in for a wonderful whole ass treat.
Yes.
Let's do this fair use doctrine, honey. Okay, I'm about to challenge everybody's liberalness and progressiveness, and test the bounds of all this wokeness. And let me cite my disclaimer really quick here. Hold on. This is fair use doctrine, honey. Okay, disclaimer, copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. This is a debut from Fly Young Red himself. Take a look at this, you guys. Now, before we get, I'm already gagging. Okay, if everybody hears that properly, can you give me a 1 in the chat, girl. If everybody hears the audio, just fine. Give me a 1 if it sounds okay. Now y'all got to pay attention to the visual, honey. It's all in the visual. Pay attention to what he's saying, but definitely. Okay, everybody say it sounds good. All right, so let's go ahead, honey.
Yeah, you got me looking, thinking about fucking. Let me get a rubber, beat it full of bag.
I'm just gagging. I'm just gagging because this video gives me my whole entire life. Okay.
Of applause, make that ass clap, 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 clap that ass in the split. Let me see you clap that ass like a bitch. Yeah, I'm trying to get you back home. See if you can clap that ass on this dick. Yeah, I see you over that twerk. That ass got my attention. I hit your ass with this dick. Send that ass on lipping. Look.
Period, honey. All the things that I like my man to say to me every night if I go to bed.
What's your real name? And not your jack name. Bend it over, bust it open, bring it back, man. Hold it open, I'ma eat it like a cat, man. I'm trying to beat it out the frame and give you black pants, cause I'm nastier than him. And I got more cash than him. And I was trying to fuck your friend, but you got more ass than him. Yeah, I see you over that twerk. That ass got my attention. I won't see you throw that boy pussy.
Little secret, I was so mad when I did not know that they were recruiting for this music video because I would have had my wretched ass all up in and all up on this motherfucking set, bringing epic shame to my grandmother and my entire family. I guess I would have taken the opportunity to shame my family.
Throw that boy pussy, throw that boy pussy, 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 throw that boy pussy, roll that boy pussy, throw that boy pussy, 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 throw that boy 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 pussy.
We can't see the video. So we can't see the video. The video's not
What?
playing.
Y'all let me go this far. Y'all can't see the fucking video?
Everybody been trying to tell you.
Ain't nobody voice came to the video.
And was straight mute.
They in the chat. You gotta watch the chat.
I couldn't see the chat because I had the shit full screen. That's probably why y'all couldn't see it.
I couldn't see nothing.
Y'all let this whole shit go over.
Oh shit! I did exit out, try to come back in like it was mine.
Wow.
I was enjoying the song over here twerking.
Me too. I was enjoying the
Bless his heart.
I was enjoying the audio. I got the audio though.
My, y'all ain't no damn good. Let me. Fair use doctrine. Disclaimer, copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Allowance. It's made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news report, and teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Now, y'all know I got to pause it in between and all of that shit so that it can fall under fair use. So there will be pauses in between for unnecessary commentary. But let's open up with a Young Fly Red production once again. Round 2.
Yeah. Throw that boy pussy, throw that boy pussy, throw that boy pussy, throw that boy pussy, throw that
Knockout Media was here to react to this motherfucking video because he tried his best to be progressive as hell, but I want to see how his progressiveness hold up under seeing this damn video. I need to text him, see if he ever saw this shit before.
Let me get a rubber, beat it from the back, round of applause, make that ass clap, 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 clap that ass in the split. Let me see clap that ass like a bitch. Where I'm trying to get you back home, see if you can clap that ass in the split. Where I see you over that work, that ass got my attention. I hit your ass with this dick, sit that ass on lippin', low. What's your real name and not your jack name? Bend it over, bust it open.
D-Rock. D-Rock?
Yeah. Yeah.
What's your real name and not your jack name?
Man, play the video.
Bring it back, pull it open, I'ma eat it like a Pac-Man. I'm trying to beat it out the frame and give you back pains, cause I'm nastier than him, and I got more cash than him. And I was trying to fuck your friend, but you got more ass than him. Yeah, I see you over that twerk, that ass got my attention. I want to see you throw that boy pussy. Roll that boy pussy. Throw that boy pussy. 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 Throw that boy pussy. Roll that boy pussy. Throw that boy pussy. 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 Throw that boy pussy. Throw that boy pussy.
I'm sorry. This video gives me my life. I think because it obliterated everything. It obliterated the entire world that the dominant class had created, and Young Fly Red destroyed it all in 4 damn minutes and 8 seconds. That is giftedness.
Throw that boy pussy. 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 Man, I'm cool with his and hers, but I'm about that his and his. Let me eat that boy pussy. It tastes good like M&M's. I'm gon' bust that ass open and send you back home to him. Then I kick that shit like this Marquis and say you just a friend.
And then it's Young Fly Red having the nerve to be masculine in the video, pop bottles with his niggas while niggas in tights are gyrating and throwing their goddamn pussy to and fro the club. I am just like screaming because I don't know if y'all was around at the time, like when this hit. This was literally like a world star hip hop moment. Like World Star Hip Hop posted this shit. If y'all just would have saw the way heterosexual men were in their goddamn fifis and needing defibrillators and shit, and the way they raised goddamn hell in the earth when this video came up. I mean, it was fucking epic. Like I have never seen no y'all thought
It was the Lil Nas X before Lil Nas X.
No, yeah, it was. I was gonna say that it made the backlash against Lil Nas X look like Christmas, look like a Santa Claus present compared to the way this shit triggered up the homophobes in the world.
Throw that head back like you got a 27. Throw that ass back like you right. Love it, okay. Bend it over, show it, ratchet pose. Who you better than? All them hoes go. All them hoes is a better bed. Throw that ass on the catch. Beat it, stretch it, eat it, pass it. Cause I ain't trying to arrest and I ain't trying to handcuff. You throw that ass like it's nothing. But I won't see you throw that boy pussy. Roll that boy pussy.
Hey.
Throw that boy pussy.
Hey.
Pussy.
Hey.
Pussy.
Hey.
Throw that boy pussy.
Hey.
Throw that boy pussy. Throw that boy pussy.
Mookie.
Huh?
Have you ever thrown your boy pussy at the request of your wife? I'm gonna take that as a no. Okay.
Pussy. Pussy.
I cannot with you, CT.
Throw that boy pussy. 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 Throw that boy pussy. Roll that boy pussy. Throw that boy pussy. 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 Throw that boy 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 pussy.
Hey. 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 Nate, are you there, sir?
Yeah, I'm here. What's going on, man?
What do you think about Fly Young Red requesting the boys to throw their boy pussies up and down the heavens?
He said up and down the heavens.
What are your thoughts?
I'm glad it makes you happy, man. That's my thoughts.
Because this is how free I'm gonna need my people to be.
I'm glad it makes you happy.
I'm talking, huh?
I just said I'm glad it makes you happy.
But what do you think about it?
It's not for me, man, but it is what it is, man. You know, I ain't hating on them. I really have no thoughts on it. Good, bad, no thoughts.
Would you still vote for the liberty and freedom of queer folk in the world if you knew that they would sometimes do this with their freedom?
I don't know, man. I'm not God, man, so I don't get to say who gets to be free and who doesn't, and I'll just leave it at that, you know.
I like that answer, but I don't know if you answered directly. So you would vote for folk to be free.
Yeah, that's their freedom. Like I said before in the earlier statement, I believe in freedom of speech. I consider this freedom of expression and speech. So I think that's their right.
Okay, it sounds like it sounds good, but I ain't convinced that you will walk yourself.
No. I said that it's not for me. I'm sorry. I said it's not for me personally, but if that's what they want to do, I believe they should have the right to do what they want to do. They're gonna obviously somebody likes that. Somebody's gonna gravitate towards that. So that's for that, you know, that group of people. Just like every other. If you like comics, the people that like comics is going to go see a comic movie. If you like this type of video, people that like this type of video going to go see it. So everybody's got their own market. And I'm not in this one, but I'm not trying to shut it down so you can't be happy. That's not my job.
Okay. I like what it sounds like. Miss Mary, how do you feel about boys throwing a pussy?
She on
you? Miss Mary, can you hear me, love? She might be away from her device. We'll
right.
Come. Anja, are you there? I'm probably fucking up your name.
You are, but it's okay. It's been all my life. It's been all my life. Don't worry about it.
No, because I can't say I fucked up my name. Can you say it again for me?
But listen, it's Anya. Even my relatives been in my life all my life don't pronounce it right, so it's okay. But I say throw that ass to the circle. I don't see no difference. And you know what I'm saying, dad and shake that ass. You know, honestly, there is no difference. Only thing is, it's a man. They talking about men, or even it could be. It doesn't matter really. It's no difference. It's explicit. Just like the music we listen to, you know that they claim is not explicit, but it's explicit. You know. So throw that ass in the circle. You know, throw that boy.
Okay, thank you, Anya. Mookie, how do you feel about boys throwing it in a circle and throwing their pussy and vaginas and believing that this is something different than what's represented in hip hop?
I feel like it's all right. Do what you feel, you know. It's a good song now. I ain't gonna lie. It's a good song. I agree with that lady. You know, that's what you want. You know, if that's what everybody feel like doing, throw your ass on out there. Do what you do. Be free. Don't let nothing stop you for being what you want to be and do what you want to do. You better enjoy yourself.
Mookie is saying, set them pussies free, boys. Okay.
You want to enjoy yourself and you want to pop that pussy, go ahead and pop it.
Amen. Okay.
Go on and pop it.
I felt the freedom in that. D-Rock, how do you feel about same gender loving men like Joshua in the comments section with his heterosexual cape on, talking about he thinks this is even a little bit more vulgar than what the straight rappers do? Joshua
I
always,
was just
Joshua
going to.
reminds me of like an overseer on the plantation. He's like he is one of us, but baby, all what's the saying? All kinfolk.
All skin folk ain't kinfolk.
That's what Joshua be giving me. He be giving me like, I don't know, like he be giving me like the Candace Owens of the community, girl. But what are your thoughts?
I was actually just reading Joshua's comment and going to respond to it. If you think this is, I'm sorry, I had to laugh. If you think this is more vulgar than what the straight rappers, I don't know what straight rappers you've been listening to lately.
Because don't make me put on Tip Drill, the uncensored version.
Right. But this dude ain't got nothing on Lil Wayne. I mean, this is nothing worse than what Lil Wayne has done. Lil Uzi Vert, Young Thug, Lil Kim, what's the other one's name? The Tip Drill guy. I mean, this is
FBI and the rest of them.
yeah. I mean, you pull up hundreds of videos just on YouTube alone of straight rappers.
No, Joshua had the nerve, D-Rock, to say he ain't even talking about the visual. He talking about the lyrics. Is he okay? D-Rock?
I don't know.
Hold on, wait a minute.
So we just gonna forget about pussy popping?
Flyer on Red is at least talking about protected sex. Trina said she making a nigga eat it with her period on. And you think that the lyrics of This Same Gender Loving Man is more vulgar than anything? You must be ain't heard a lot of rap music in your life, Joshua. You must be have not been exposed, baby, to a lot of rap music, darling, because I know things that make even Fly Young Reg's lyric game look like it's gospel out of songs. Go ahead, D-Rock.
Yeah, and yeah, because I said even before Joshua typed that out, I had made a comment, put a comment in the chat. I was like, it's funny that this, there's nothing in his video or his lyrics that come close to anything Lil Wayne has done. And I'm just using Lil Wayne as an example, but there's many rappers out there. But Joshua, like what he's saying, it reminds me of, what it puts me in the mind of? You know how, you have some black people who are like, they're like, you got to behave. Don't let their white person see you acting ignorant because they're going to think we all like that.
Politics.
Right. Right. It's like, it's okay to be gay, but it's just how you do it. You just gotta
like this, not like that.
Right, right, exactly. And, I gotta read this comment that somebody put in the comment section. I saved it because it really hit me in my spirit. Let me actually saved it. I don't know if he would mind me calling his name out, but yeah, it was somebody who said this. They said, entitlement. They must know your sexuality to know how to oppress you accordingly. I'm gonna say that again. It's about entitlement. They must know your sexuality to know how to oppress you accordingly.
And guess what was a perfect manifestation of that? The first 3 episodes of Bad Boys LA, where was trying to get Carry On to articulate his orientation so that he can know to stay the hell away from him if he was same gender loving.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Right, and I have gone through this personally. You know, Conscious, my personal story, like many of my stories. But let me tell you this: I went through this personally on my job, and I've gone through it many times on many jobs that I've had. But on this job that I'm working on now, in particular, so one day we had a party. We had a Christmas party at the job, and I came dressed. Where I live, the city. The city I live in, Debbie. It's very backwoods, very old-fashioned, non-progressive. Everybody knows everybody. So I don't know why I was thinking like this was like maybe a Miami or California or something. But I said, I'm gonna go to this Christmas party and wear my best, So I wore the skinny jeans, I wore the nice shirt, I just dressed fancy, like I was going to the club, like a gay club. And I probably shouldn't have done that, but you know, because of where I was, but I did.
Because you was fishing for dick in a conservative place, and you know you had to put it out there. Put it back. With the guy, if there's any other stranger to loving niggas.
He was fishing for Dixie TV.
One. Yeah.
Hey, you joking, but ain't I mean, hey, you know, that's what I. Hey, that's doing what I was doing, you know. So use what you got.
Bless his heart.
But and so now I didn't say nothing to nobody, you know. Nobody said anything to me like about it, except for one lady, my next door neighbor who I rode with. She said, "Hey, pull your pants up, and you know, because I kind of had my crack out, you know, but you know, hey, doing the same thing that the thugs do, come out of jail, you know, they sag all the time, they do the same thing. So, but anyway, so the next time I came to work, apparently everybody had been talking about me because my name, like people who don't even live in this city, they live a couple of cities over. I mean, the news traveled fast, and then since then, it's like everybody was talking about me secretly. Now, nobody was coming to saying it to my face, of course, but you know, people was coming. I had dudes coming up to me like, testing me, like, "Hey, you see that girl right there?" Like, just to see my reaction. And then, you know, if I didn't say anything, like, "Man, let me go on over here." And then I had a guy, you know, he was like, uh, people kept asking me if I had a girlfriend, you know, if I, you know, asking personal questions about me. And then one guy asked me that, and then he said, and then I kind of like, and then he said, "Don't say it, don't say it." So it's kind of like, well, why are you asking me if you don't want me to say it? And so it's like they want to control, but it was basically about control. They want to control the narrative, like you. And then I had people like coming back to me, like, saying people like going through. I mean, they went through my backpack and all, just violated all kinds of boundaries. Like, and this was just based on something I wore. Like, it's not. I didn't come in there with a thong. I just dressed fancy, you know. And but it's stuff like that happens all the way. That's just one example, but I've been going through that all my life where people would come and ask me if I was gay, and that was before I knew I was gay. Like you said earlier, it's like this is stuff we go through, so it's not like so stuff that Claudia Jordan was saying, like, she can save it because it's not us forcing it down your throat or putting it like just throwing it on you. Like, y'all want, what do you want? Like, you want us to tell you if we're gay, and then if we say we're gay, then keep it in the closet. Y'all keep that away, you know. You don't have to say it. So it's like damned if you do and damned if you don't, basically. Like, what do you want?
They want both of them.
Yeah, they want to have the cake and eat it too. Basically.
Double-minded. Yeah, it's agreed. You know, all of the police and the queer people, it exists on a covert level. It exists on an overt level. It's subtle to extreme. The pendulum swings in every bit of the direction, and it's very, very, very wild. With that being said, I think I am going to take up. I think it was Carrie who inspired the idea in me to put together a panel where a Q&A, and I know that Jordana and the Missus said that they would definitely want to be a part of that, so I'll definitely plan that out and communicate with some folks behind the scenes and put together a panel and really allow, like, I really want people to ask all of their questions and seek understanding. It would really be nice to do that. So I think I'm going to put together that show. Any remaining thoughts on the subject, starting with pop culture on down? Pop culture, any remaining thoughts on the topic?
On the topic, well, I do apologize. I don't know. Actually, I was preparing my outro, so I would like to thank you for having me on this platform. And
are you a content creator?
Excuse me? Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
You are? Okay. You can shout out your platform if you want to.
No, yeah, it's right there on the screen. Pop Culture Fate 29, reviewing statues. I've been gone a while, you know, but I'm coming back, so you can expect to see me in July. You know, It's in my name, pop culture. So anything pop culture, but mainly statue related stuff and comic, related, material like that. It's just a fun time.
Incognito, do you show your face on your platform?
No, this is it right here. What you see, the Batman.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, so you're gonna see that. But enough about me though. I do appreciate you. I just want everybody out there to know, at least for me, and I think for you too. This is a learning experience, not just a disagree to disagree, but agree to disagree, but still be respectful nonetheless. And the more we give each other a voice on both sides, the more we can understand and come together. And that's how we're going to move forward. And thank you for that. Even though you have your position, you allowed me to speak. Thank you for that.
Well, before you go on pop culture, is it possible for you and Miss Mary? I don't know if y'all understood each other or not, or if y'all actually. Miss Mary, are you there, love? Can you hear me?
Yeah, she did talk to me on the chat. She probably didn't see my response, but everything's all good on our end,
Okay.
as far as I'm concerned. So she came to me and everything's good.
Okay, got it. All right, I'm glad that y'all able to have that hashtag. Definitely hit the platform anytime. This is I like to call what we do here a digital version of a town hall meeting. So definitely left wingers, right wingers, conservatives and liberals alike. Everybody has a space here to share and express and to hear and to listen and to learn or to do or to have whatever outcome that they have for sure. I don't want the platform to be like an echo chamber, which is why I open up the floor for everyone to come up here and to give their various talking points. It also gives people an opportunity to learn and to maybe hear something that awakens them or stimulates them on both sides of any topic that we're having here. So I always welcome diversity and everything, because that's what kind of adds to the grit of what we're here doing in a society, which is working this thing out. And I think that it's best we work things out by talking directly to each other instead of talking about each other. So I think it's a wonderful opportunity when folks get to actually be seated at the same table and actually engage each other and attempt to find resolve and resolution. So thank you for being here, and I hope that you definitely come back, and I appreciate your support. And make sure that y'all go over and subscribe to Pop Culture Fate 29.
Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Mary, can you hear me? I can't hear you, love. I think I don't know if you're muted on your end, because I can see you unmuting and muting, but I'm still not hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Well, yeah. He's gone now, but I apologize to Pop Culture Fake 29, and he accepted my apology, and I do want to apologize in front of everybody because I was wrong. He didn't deserve that, and I realized that. So, and I apologize.
Sure of you, Miss Mary.
Okay.
Oh, I appreciate that. We don't get too many apologies over this way, so when folk actually are thinking accountability, there's always a refreshing thing. So that's really big of you to apologize. So, and he seemed like he received it, and you definitely receive it on this end. It's no problem.
I'm listening. I'm trying.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I'm even trying my best to demonstrate patience because we definitely gonna need it in the world.
Yeah,
definitely gonna need it. But patience, like anything else, it requires practice.
Definitely.
You got to do it over and over again and challenge yourself. It gets easier though, and you actually feel pretty good when you're able to listen to people be completely different from you and kind of keep it together. It feels powerful to do that. I didn't realize how powerful it wasn't when I used to be in a very reactionary place. But a lot of my reactionariness was also based upon me not resolving my own triggers, which caused me to kind of be explosive. So once I kind of dealt with my triggers, it afforded me a lot more patience with people who very different from me. So it's a journey, but you'll get there, and it's amazing.
Yeah. You're right, though. You know, it feels calming to step back and just listen. But I did want to say that Happy Pride Month to everybody, and um, I just want to like bring up the fact that we, as a like the states in particular, we tout ourselves as like the greatest country in the world, but we have a lot of problems, and we have, you know, one of the worst prison systems. We have, you know, one of the highest mental health issue like or you know rates, and I just want to say that like we have so many more like we're jumping to like I think the 12th 16th step, and not in like in a different way, but like in just like figuratively speaking, like when we try to tackle like or try to be homophobic or be racist, like it's so trivial because it's like we have so much problems that we need to fix. Like we haven't barely even stepped up the first step, you know, to fix the, you know, true problems of our nation. And we're sitting over here arguing about, you know, how people choose to identify and how they feel, and, you know, making it seem like they're not being honest or whatever just because of a belief system or whatever your reasoning may be. So I just feel like we all should, you know, try to focus on what really matters. And I love having discussions like that. So I'm not saying we shouldn't talk about this, but we definitely need to like give each other more, you know, more room to breathe or whatever. And that's why, you know, I felt bad. I do feel bad, you know, for what I said to Pop Culture. Because honestly, I did call him out his name. And like, I feel like, you know, it was uncalled for because he never called me out my name. So basically, I don't know. It's just like, I don't know. I'm trying to control that part of
Yeah,
it.
yeah. But nah, like the best. You don't have to feel bad when you are determined to do better. So the fact that you apologize to him and you know, are going to apply, like whatever you learned from whatever you felt you did wrong in that exchange is the apology. Like you don't have to condemn like yourself and beat yourself over the head. Like the best apology is simply change behavior. So as long as you focus on that, then it's no need for you to you know, to chew yourself up over it.
Well, that's why I'm here. I'm trying to get like you, my boy.
And you will, sis. I got faith in I got faith in you, and I want to appreciate you for coming to the platform and bringing all of your passion and your talking points. And the reason why a lot of people is like, people are like, oh, shut her down. You know, she's being emotional. There's nothing wrong with emotions, you guys. Like, I mean, y'all might be in the habit of, I don't know, like it's weird that people also demonize emotion. Emotions do not keep somebody from saying what they need to say. So as long as a person's emotions aren't hindering them from being able to articulate themselves, then let people be passionate. Let people be elevated in their speech. And we are talking about something and a reality that actually hurts people. Like queer women and men have been through real shit as a result of the type of society that we created. And so you can't expect people who have been injured and hurt by that system, or even witness to people that they love be hurt and injured by that system, and then expect them to be robotic and to be emotionless just for the sake of telling a point. I like when people add sauce and spice and emotion to what they're saying, because it let me know where it comes from in them and how much what they're saying means to them. And so we got to get out of the habit of just like demonizing people for presenting and allowing their emotions at the same time. You can do both. You can walk and chew them at the same time. I can be emotional and still be well articulate. So thank you for being here, Miss Mary, and I hope that you continue to click the link and to support the platform. D-Rock, yes, I know that you got to get out of here, so yes.
Okay. I want to quickly address the there's a person I don't know if you've seen. There's a person in the chat named Patron Pharaoh, and he's just.
I have that. You know, it's certain people who don't get up on my radar energetically. They just literally have to raise their vibration to even get to me. So I've seen the name, but I have not seen the comments. So.
Yeah, but apparently he looks like a crusader, like he's from one of those Umar Johnson's camps or something.
Mm-hmm.
But he's talking about the emasculation, the feminism of the black man, and the white man's agenda, and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
I asked him what why was he here? And he said to destroy the homosexual social experiment placed on our kings. So I don't know exactly how you're gonna do that single-handedly.
TV promotes the destruction of black men and women, but never show comedic history.
Ooh, child, stop it.
Patron, shouldn't you be somewhere actually teaching that instead of being up CTV's ass? Like,
right.
Shouldn't you be somewhere holding down a platform, doing workshops and seminars to combat all of the destruction that CTV is doing to the black community? Why you got all this time on your hand and you know that I'm out here being a Thanos to the black community? Shouldn't you be out here constructing some type of institution of learning, some type of school, developing some type of means to educate and enlighten instead of being up under my platform while I'm throwing this boy pussy all in your face? Shouldn't make it make sense. Make it make sense. I know you can't get enough from me, so just admit that that's why you're really here, okay? You just
one and only CTV.
It's okay, y'all. But go on, D-Lo.
Yeah, but I think this was an awesome conversation. And I think this conversation should continue. And I have a lot to say, but I don't have the time to say it. But this is just my final thoughts. But it was an awesome conversation. Keep up the good work, Consciouztv. Love what you're doing with the platform. And just to leave in comment, I don't know if you heard recently, but this is on a different subject. But since you've been following the story, because you know Monique's sister has jumped into the mix, and she kind of blasted Monique. So I don't know if you saw that, but I don't know if you were going to do a show on that. But
what now? I'm sorry.
So Monique's sister, her biological sister, came out and blasted her on Facebook.
That's what I'm talking about. It's like every damn 15 minutes, like the saga continues, because I also know that the Hughley took up the invite that the daughter presented to Monique, who also took it up with Monique. So DL also has welcomed a whole family situation. But I didn't know. Okay, no, send me all that information. I definitely would love to update everybody on all that's going on.
Wow,
Yeah,
because I ain't know that.
Yeah, I send it to my Instagram so I can inform myself, and then I'll proceed from now.
Gotcha. All right. Well, we'll talk later, and I'll see you guys later.
All right. Thank you. Team Muke, final words on the topic, if any.
Man, I just enjoyed the topic on the day. It was very interesting looking to have, forward to have more topics like this, especially when it comes to this type of stuff and women speaking out about how they feel and stuff like that. Because I'm going to be, doing a channel, and my topic going to be, should women have their voices heard? Because I did a last live about the generational curses. So the next, I believe I probably gonna have to do it tomorrow. Mm-hmm. But to do the live about should women have their voices heard? Should they have their voice to speak out and cry out of the way they feel about the emotions of things that they went through? So I'm probably gonna do a topic on that tomorrow. But I really enjoyed the live today. CTV, keep up the good work. Man, I'm telling you, you the real MVP. You the real MVP. And I'll be respectful on this panel because this is the judge over here. Judge CTV. He got it all together.
That's Judge CTV. No, I thank you for that, Mookie. And can you shout out your YouTube channel as well, because you are a whole content creator out here. Let people know where they can find you on YouTube and Instagram and everywhere.
You can find me on Mookie and the Team Mookie Show. That's my YouTube channel. And also, you can look me up on Instagram. That's Demetrius Brown at 713. You know, Demetrius Brown 713. That's basically my Instagram name. And my YouTube channel is connected to my Instagram. So if you want to subscribe to the channel, you know, please do those so at this time. So I love y'all. Thank y'all so very much. And I'm also gonna be doing more comedy too, this coming up. So I'm gonna be back doing that. The only reason why I have not been doing it lately because by my wife being pregnant and things like that, you know, just basically been helping around cooking, you know, giving her breakfast, running her bath water, getting things together for her, you know, being a good man that I am. But y'all please subscribe to my channel. Hit the thumbs up, hit like, subscribe. I love y'all so very much.
Thank you so much, Mookie, and make sure that you all subscribe to my boy Mook. Sydney. Well, actually, Anya. Any final words on the topics, love?
Yeah, I just think that we need to start like really putting ourselves in other people's shoes. You know, like I stated earlier, people, you know what I mean, we don't have a choice on who we're attracted to. You can't do absolutely nothing about your attraction to someone other than not act on it. But just because you don't act on it doesn't mean that it goes away. It's still there. That's first thing. And you know, unfortunately, we're here in the States where it's supposed to be a free country, but we're still very much enslaved, you know, because of our sexuality, you know, our religious beliefs, and you know, they use things to control us, you know. So your freedom does not come without a price, which means you're still enslaved, you know. And that's just something that we need to think about and, you know, get out of our own way because we're not doing anything but holding ourselves back. You know what I mean? By being closed minded and uneducated. You cannot progress and move forward. In 2022, this still shouldn't be an issue. You know, it's a whole like it's 2022. This shouldn't be an issue anymore. So you know, the only way we're going to progress is if we really educate ourselves and stop being prejudiced, you know, against others because we don't like what they're doing. What they're doing has absolutely nothing to do with us. That's it, Conscious.
Man, I sign off on that. Amen. I concur. Thank you for being here, Anya. Sydney, any remaining thoughts, love?
Yes. Again, thank you so much for having me on.
Thank you.
Like always. I just want to for Black the Black community. I mean, it'll be for everybody, but mostly for the Black community. Being gay is not a shame. It's not something wrong with them. They don't have a demon. It's nothing like that. And also being gay, is nothing wrong with that. You can't learn being gay. You won't learn it from TV. You won't learn it from the magazine. So sheltering your kid away from that is not going to change the fact who they were born. So that's my main thing for Black people. And that's it. Also, I love to throw that boy pussy. I love it. I love it.
It's on all streaming.
It reminds you of the K Stylist song, like the get that ass jumping, keep it reminds you of that. So you know, exactly. So I love it, but that's all I have to say is just allow. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, just allow people, you know, the Black community, your kid seeing Lil Nas X or seeing something on TV is not going to make them gay. They're already gay, baby. If they gay, they already gay. You can't pray it out. You can't see what's wrong with them. That's not what's gonna happen. So that was my only little 2 cents, and I will be putting my ties in for Wednesday.
All right, thank you, love, for being here, and I concur with those sentiments as well.
All right,
boo. Last but certainly not least, Carrie, any remaining thoughts?
Yes. I just would like to thank you for holding this this conversation. I feel like it's super duper important, especially for, people that don't understand. Like, some of us just don't understand. I don't understand. And even beyond us not understanding, how you feel, a part of us not understanding how you feel, some of us don't understand, our own sexualities, and that scares us. So I feel like conversations like this are super duper important, and I encourage them. I live here in Atlanta, and so me seeing the boy pussy video was like me being in Piedmont Park on a Friday afternoon. I applaud it, and I appreciate it, but I want everybody to feel like that, and I feel like the only way we'll get there is if people just really take it upon themselves to gain understanding.
Yes, amen.
Yep.
I agree with that. Well, thank you so much, Carrie. You were a pleasure. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Continue to hit that link.
Of course.
All right, love. I agree with everybody here, y'all. This was an amazing sit down. Of course, we will be continuing these conversations. I actually had another live scheduled for 7, but I need to iron my clothes and get myself together because I've been at this all day as well. I had Von Ray commentary I gave early, then I took that down and had to go live about why I took that down. So make sure you guys check out the live before this one, and then we done been here for like 4 hours. So girl, this keeps on coming, and I may in fact come back, girl. So let me just shower, honey, get my bones relaxed, honey, and depending on what type of mood I'm in, I'll definitely be seeing you guys again later. Okay. Make sure that you guys hit the like button, please, thumbs up, and if you're new here, definitely subscribe, and thank you to all the panelists. As it relates to Claudia Jordan, once again, it was more so just about exploring the parts of Claudia that were like in the gray area. Once again, I do not believe that Claudia Jordan is explicitly homophobic or transphobic, especially not based off of this piece, but there were definitely some areas that she's just deaf-tone in, and it maybe just takes just bringing her to awareness, kind of informing her about some things, etc. Along with Al, who seems to be a little deaf-tone as well, but I get it. But yeah, that enlightenment thing is real. So just using the conversation as a way to illustrate kind of how the dominant class sometimes forget to be super nuanced. They kind of forget what's happened and what's still happening to queer folk. And sometimes they actually believe all this jargon they see from the White House putting the gay flag up and all of this stuff. They actually think that that trickles down to the way that everyday Black and brown queer people are treated. And it doesn't. Everyday Black and brown queer people live in the same homophobic space that they've always lived in, which is why the DL community on both men and women's side is still very large. The population of those who are living discreetly, who are living undercover, is still huge. The church has not collectively changed its stance, so a lot of that rhetoric is still being reinforced. It's still being injected into the generations, and there's a lot more pushback because there's an attempt to really give queer people a space at the table, which is also pushing those who are conservative and hold certain religious ideas and who are just flat out transphobic and homophobic, is putting them in an even more defensive posture, okay, which is why they're propping people up like Lil Bootsy, and encouraging him to keep his foot on the queer community's neck and all of this nonsense while completely crucifying men like Malik Yoba, who were trying to be supportive and inclusive of trans women and queer people, etc. So as Black people, okay, because what's happening in mayonnaise spaces as it relates to queerness, what's happening in the Caitlyn Jenner spaces as it relates to queerness, that's a whole different world. Black queer people don't live in that world, baby. Black queer people are still being bullied in school, harassed, teased, taking their lives, still enduring bigotry and religious hostility, and still dealing with all of those things. It's almost as if the world just has not changed for Black and brown queer people. So this is a conversation that will continue as long as it needs to, because these issues run deep. And it's really because patriarchy and toxic masculinity runs really deep. Because respectability politics run super deep in our community. That's why it takes us longer in this country to kind of catch up, you know, with everybody else on certain things, because of things that are already residually in the underbelly of the Black experience. So layers upon layers upon layers upon layers of multifaceted ass oppression, okay? And we'll continue to unpack as we need to. So happy Pride Month. I will be coming back all this month with various types of queer-oriented content. Always make sure that you keep your eye on the community wall, because even when you don't get notifications, I typically post all of my shows ahead of time, and kind of tell you where I'm going to be at. If I'm on someone else's platform, there's just always information on my community wall. So even when you don't get notifications, because YouTube is terrible at sending them out, Patreon has a flat, reliable, consistent notification system. So that's that. And I also, Larry Reed Live is dropping a new episode of Reading Things My Way, finally. Okay, so we will also be reviewing a new episode of the show as well. More than likely tomorrow, I'll be coming to you guys with that review, girl, because you know it be all type of gems and interesting things happening on his show that leads to a lot of amazing conversations. If you guys haven't seen Reading Things My Way, you need to subscribe to Larry Reed Live and be tuning in to the premiere tonight. We will be giving a review tomorrow. Me and Reckless also have a finale review to give you guys for Bad Boys LA. We didn't review the last 3 episodes because of all the mass shooting and stuff. All that stuff kind of took up space. Plus, the last 3 episodes of Bad Boys LA have really been one big ass episode about the same thing, which was this video shoot. So nonetheless, we're going to get into it to bring the season to a close, etc. And also there's been some updates and side drama going on with Bad Boys LA. So we'll be getting into all of that as well. But I love you guys, and I will see you all later.